all members.
Amendments made to the establishment of a certain
Procedures and answer that you need to just take us to what are some of the words that we would like to do.
the bicameral parliament that consists of two houses, named the National Assembly and the Legislature. Each house has its own procedure and regulations.
Tell us food.
And I gave her my phone, special. Okay. All right. I don't want this showing like this.
The cable.
Yeah, Paul? Oh, sorry.
Sifuna kwa from ngaphandle sis. Lungathatha apha ngoku but sifuna nezapha phandle sibonakala uba singapha kweglass.
We might get a Q&A in a second. Sure. Okay, perfect.
Mass showers. Oh. I coughed. I coughed and I think I can hear myself.
Now I can hear outside, but hey. I am hearing.
One, two.
Yes, so I can hear myself.
Same here.
Maybe this speaker inside? Inside?
No, it's not the one inside. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2,
1,
3.
1, 2.
No,
Good
not
morning.
anymore.
Good morning.
I can't hear it anymore. But that's
Good morning.
because,
10.
yeah.
Oh, it's the TV.
Yeah,
Huh? It's not.
it is.
Is it? But the volume is not down.
Isn't there like a mute? No worries. Okay.
Okay, guys, we are starting.
We're starting.
They're counting us down. All you good?
They're counting us down.
The new president, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa.
Good morning, South Africa, and welcome to the live broadcast of Parliament TV. We are, of course, bringing you the live broadcast of the first sitting of the National Assembly. We are at the Cape Town International Convention Center. Igama lam ndinguThembi Nkosi Ngoma.
Laka libitso ke Tshepo Mori. In our program this morning, we will take a brief look at the recent national and provincial elections and the process that has led to the establishment of the 7th Parliament, which commences today with the first sitting of the National Assembly scheduled for 10 a.m.
In democratic countries such as South Africa, the legislature or parliament plays a crucial role in making legislation and holding government to account. Under a proportional representation election, members of parliament are elected to represent the people of the country. They also act as the voice of the people. Parliament, therefore, is accountable to the people of South Africa. Every 5 years, the people of South Africa get an opportunity to cast their votes for a new parliament. Each parliament is numbered. For example, in the elections of 1994, people voted for the first democratic parliament, which was then referred to as the first parliament. The second parliament came into existence after the general elections in 1999, the third parliament in 2004, the fourth parliament in 2009, the fifth parliament in 2014, the sixth parliament in 2019, and now the 7th parliament, after the elections held on 29 May 2024.
Now, it's important to note that South Africa has a bicameral parliament that consists of two houses, namely the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. Each house has its own distinct role and functions as set out in the Constitution. However, there are many instances when the two houses act together to conduct what is called joint business. In the national sphere of government, the legislative power of the Republic is vested in Parliament. In other words, Parliament is responsible.
All right, Tsepo, whilst we wait for our crew to clear the technical challenges, it's a very busy day today in the country, in South Africa as a whole, as all the eyes are on the TV screens and people interested to see what is going to transpire today in today's first sitting of the National Assembly.
Because this reminds me of when we were voting on the 29th. The days after that, when we were seeing those results trickling in, everybody was just tensed up. Everybody was seeing and trying to see what are the changes that we're going to see in the representation, and the South Africans have spoken.
And Tsepo, we are happy to be at the National Results Operations Center. It was hectic. The amount of the media that was there, I had never seen it with my own eyes. You know, I've covered a number of the State of the Nation addresses, but the media that was represented in the National Results Operations Center was beyond reproach. But let's go and look at what is the role of the National Assembly.
Building our great South African nation together.
The Parliament of the Republic of South Africa consists of two houses, the National Assembly as well as the National Council of Provinces. These two houses exist to uphold the nation's hard-earned democracy. The National Assembly is elected to represent the people and to ensure governance by the people under the Constitution. This is done by overseeing the executive, passing laws, providing a national forum for public debate on important issues, and choosing the country's president from its members.
And I accordingly declare the Honorable Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa duly elected President of the Republic of South Africa.
The NA consists of 400 members of parliament who are elected through a system called proportional representation. The NA has various office bearers responsible for various functions, the most important being the presiding officers. At the beginning of each administration, one of the NA's very first responsibilities is to elect the presiding officers of the House, this being the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. They are entrusted to run the affairs of the NA. They oversee meetings and make sure that members of Parliament speak freely but adhere to the rules of the House. In addition, each political party in the NA elects a chief whip to run its affairs. As mentioned, Parliament passes laws. This is done by referring bills to committees for processing and debating those bills. The House can approve, reject, or refer bills back to committees for further discussion. The National Assembly also has a constitutional mandate to carry out oversight on the executive. Oversight is carried out by scrutinizing, monitoring, and overseeing the actions of the government or any other organ of state in respect to the implementation of the laws, the application of the budget, and observance of the Constitution. The National Assembly keeps the executive accountable by approving budgets, asking parliamentary questions, having parliamentary debates about the important issues, and by proposing and voting on motions relating to the work of government. All these efforts to make your future work better.
In the month of June, Parliament joins the nation in commemorating Youth Month, a time to recognize the contributions and aspirations of the youth in our society, a time to reflect on the struggles faced by young people in the past and to celebrate their achievements in shaping the future. Youth Month holds great significance in South Africa as it marks the anniversary of the student uprising in 1976, when young people took to the streets to protest against the oppressive apartheid education system. Their courage and sacrifice have paved the way for a more inclusive and equitable society. Parliament acknowledges the importance of investing in the youth, as they are the future leaders, innovators, and change makers. It is committed to creating an enabling environment for young people to thrive, providing access to quality education, skills development, and economic opportunities. Through various initiatives and legislation, Parliament aims to address the challenges faced by the youth, such as unemployment, inequality, and limited access to resources. It recognizes the need for inclusive policies that empower young people and ensure their active participation in decision-making processes. As we commemorate Youth Month,
let us reaffirm our commitment to supporting the youth and working towards a society where every young person can reach their full potential. Together, let us build a brighter future for the youth of South Africa. Parliament, empowering the youth for a better tomorrow.
On the election of the new president, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa,
and our coverage of the first sitting of the National Assembly. As we await the start of the sitting at 10 a.m., I am joined by the Secretary to the National Assembly, Mr. Masibulele Qaso. Good morning, sir, and thank you for taking time off your busy schedule to join us.
Good morning. Morning to the viewers. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Qaso, our role as Parliament TV is to educate our viewers on the work of Parliament. And as you would know, that today all eyes are on the National Assembly. So let's begin this chat looking at the rules of the National Assembly. What is it that Parliament does to ensure that all members, especially those new ones, are familiar with the procedures and the rules of the first sitting of the National Assembly? And as you answer that, if you could just briefly explain to us what rules will apply in today's sitting.
All right. Thank you so much. At the start of a parliament, we run an induction program. This time around is scheduled for the week of the 2nd of next month. And the idea is to take members through the rules of Parliament, how Parliament is structured, how Parliament functions, their responsibilities as members of Parliament, how can they effectively hold the executive accountable, and how can they be best members of Parliament as well. How do they navigate through the systems that are created by the Constitution and by the rules? Just to give some examples, there's something called member statements. It's not just statements, that's an oversight tool. That is where you take things from your constituency and bring them into Parliament and raise them in Parliament in the presence of the executive. And the executive is expected to respond to those things. So that's how you hold the executive accountable, among other things. Questions, procedures, things that affect the people that you represent, things that affect the nation. You hold the executive accountable in the House, in a public forum. So we do that. We do that at the start, but also on an ongoing basis. It can be better. On an ongoing basis, we also have capacity building programs for members, orientation programs for members, but on a one-on-one basis as well. If members should want to know anything, we're always available to assist them with that. As you know, Parliament has research capacity to assist committees of Parliament. There's a budget office to assist committees of Parliament as well. So there's always assistance available to any member to become an effective public representative.
And we have members that are coming to Parliament for the first time who will be attending today's sitting.
Yes.
Do they have the knowledge of the rules? Do they know what is expected of them as the members of Parliament?
They would know what is the rules applicable today, because those have been circulated, made known to members. They will know the rules applicable in proceedings of the House beyond today. So it would be unfair on new members to expect them to know the rules now. It is our responsibility to enable them to know the rules beyond today. But today, just to respond to your initial question, the rules applicable today are the rules of the Chief Justice. And those rules have been made known to members. They really deal with how the sitting is convened and how the tasks that the sitting is supposed to perform must be performed. What is the role of the members? What is the role of the Chief Justice? And what have you.
You've explained that very well. Now, someone watching and listening at home would be hearing us talking about the rules, but can you take us through on how are these rules created and how does the National Assembly ensure that they are kept up to date?
Firstly, the National Assembly is empowered by the Constitution to regulate its business, its internal affairs. So the rules are a creature of the Constitution to start with. And the rules are formulated by members themselves. There are structures in Parliament. One of those structures is a Rules Committee. It is there to ensure that the rules are kept up to date, that the rules respond to pertinent issues that arise from time to time, and an effort is made to keep the rules up to date, because the rules, and I think it's important to state that the rules are a dynamic instrument. They must be responsive to things as they arise. Of course, they must be predictable at the same time. So you do need to have a set of rules that are agreed to, and from time to time you update those rules. But the essence of it is that these are rules by members for the members.
Now, moving away from the rule now, what is the specific legislation that governs today's proceedings? And as you answer that, if you can just outline some of the key electoral procedures of the first sitting of the National Assembly.
The legislation for today's sitting is the Constitution. Of course, there will be other supporting legislation like the Powers and Privileges Act of Parliament. But the Constitution is the main instrument applicable today. That is the instrument that says within 14 days there must be a sitting of this nature after the votes have been declared. That is an instrument that says that the Chief Justice must preside over today's sitting. And the Chief Justice must develop rules for today's sitting. And the rules were recently amended last night to take care of any eventualities in sittings of this nature. And remember, those rules are not just for today. They will be updated as even for the future in similar instances. So the Constitution is a supreme body today, instrument today. And in terms of what will be done today, the first thing that must happen is the swearing in of members. Why? Because the Constitution says that before members can function, they must take the oath or affirm their faithfulness to the Republic and obedience to the Constitution. So you do that for the 400 members. Once you've done that, the House must then elect its office bearers. That is the Speaker in terms of the Constitution. That is the Speaker, and that is the Deputy Speaker. I can go into details about the election procedure if you wish, but once the Speaker and the Deputy are elected, you then go to the election of the President, because the House is now fully constituted to perform its functions. You then elect the President, who is, of course, accountable to the House, elected by the House, accountable to the House as well. And so, if one candidate is nominated and there's no other candidate for any of these positions, that candidate is declared elected. Should there be contestation of the position, of any of the positions, an election procedure must be held, and by secret ballot.
And I would like you to talk to those election procedures. Of course, we do have time, so I would like you to provide us with as much detail on those election procedures.
Let's take the election of the Speaker. We get to that point, the Presiding Officer calls for nominations. A member rises. I nominate Honorable X as Speaker. The Chief Justice then says, is this nomination seconded? Then the seconder comes, I second the nomination. Then the Chief Justice says, Honorable X, do you accept the nomination? Assuming that the member accepts the nomination, then Chief Justice says, please submit the nomination form. Well, there's a nomination form they're supposed to complete with the details of the person who did the nomination, details of the seconder, and also the details of the nominee and the acceptance. So once the nomination form is examined and is found to be compliant, then calls for further nominations. Assuming there are further nominations, then the same procedure is followed for the further nominations. At that point, because you have two candidates, you must decide which of the two must become Speaker. You can only do that by voting. But the voting procedure for this session is by secret ballot. So you have a secret ballot voting process. And what is involved there? What is involved is that we will read each name of members in alphabetical order. There is a voter's roll, which is a list of members. There are ballot booths. There are ballot boxes. There will be ballot papers at that point. Important to say that before the actual voting and the nomination, the House must suspend proceedings for the printing of the ballot papers. We don't know who will be nominated. Therefore, we can't print ballot papers. We don't know the candidates. We must first know the candidates. Then we print the ballot papers. And that period we estimate is going to take about 45 minutes to do. Then we call each member to vote. They cast their vote. And at the end of that process, the Chief Justice must now check if everyone has voted who is supposed to vote. And then members confirm, and we close the voting process. We take the voting material to a counting room under the supervision of the Chief Justice. We do the counting, and once that is done, we come back. Chief Justice announces the result to the House in detail. How many were spoiled, how many were for, and how many were against each of the candidates. So the candidate who gets the most votes is a candidate who gets appointed, who gets elected.
Before you proceed to give us more details on these election procedures, we've just came from a national and provincial elections recently where ballot papers were used, where we know that IEC was responsible for those elections. Who then gets to oversee the election that is happening in the National Assembly?
This election takes place under the watchful eye of the Chief Justice. It's done by officials of Parliament. The Secretary to Parliament is the returning officer, the Chief Electoral Officer, you could say, in this instance. And the procedural staff of Parliament become the assistant returning officers. Yesterday we had a swearing-in occasion for the returning officers to commit ourselves to confidentiality issues. And we did that. All of us were close to 30 for the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces.
Now, we've gone through the process of electing a speaker. We say the speaker has been elected. What then happens after that?
Well, then the speaker takes over, and the speaker then presides over the election of the deputy speaker. The same process is followed. Same process. Nomination, seconder, acceptance. If contestation, vote by secret ballot. Chief Justice goes out to count the votes in a room, not out, in a room, with the assistance of the returning officers, and comes back to announce. We get to the president, same procedure. Nomination, seconder, acceptance, then voting by secret ballot.
This must have taken a lot of work. So if you can just share with us what are some of the scenario planning that you would have done to prepare for this first sitting, especially taking into consideration that this is the first time since the democratic dispensation that we have an election where there is no majority winner.
Yes. Sittings of this nature always get us to think, always get us to do scenario planning. And so even for this one, we have had to do that. And to the extent that the Constitution is a supreme law, and these procedures are prescribed in the Constitution, to that extent, there is not much involved except to explain things, and except to also explain things to ourselves so that we can clarify ourselves on a range of things. And one such issue is, which could be the consequence of, or a consequence of a situation where there is no clear majority, is where, suppose you had more than one candidate for any of the positions. The Constitution then stipulates that there must be an elimination process. So let's say they go vote 4 candidates, none gets a majority. So you must do an elimination process. The one with the lowest number of votes is eliminated. You then go another round of voting. Let's say again you don't obtain a majority. The lowest number of votes is eliminated until you can get 2 candidates, and there's a candidate who gets the majority. You are then left with 2 candidates, another scenario. None gets a majority. For whatever reason, some members decide not to participate in the voting, so you end up with less than the majority. Let's say 199, for argument's sake. And so you have an impasse there. It's a deadlock. The Constitution says that the Chief Justice could suspend the proceedings and reconvene within 7 days. So we've had to think about those things now, which we never did before. And it's an interesting process for us as technocrats, because it gets us to think about these issues and develop processes. So it becomes fascinating in that sense, but that's the reality of democracy. Yeah.
So, kwabo basabukele emakhaya, ndihleli no Mr. Masibulele Xhaso, uSecretary we-National Assembly. Incoko yethu kimalunga no le bahlala indlu namhlanje for okokuqala. Mr. Xhaso, there's a lot that must be expected. Today's proceedings, we are an hour and few minutes away from the first sittings. And you have assured South Africans that all is in place. Are we likely to have the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, and the President elected today, taking into consideration that there is no majority winner of these elections?
We can only hope that we will. We can only trust that we will. That is a function of politics. So we are not qualified to make that speculation, but we hope that the constitutional processes that have been put in place will enable the country to have a speaker, will enable the country to have a president of the republic, will enable the country to have a deputy speaker of this parliament, because this is an arm of the state. So it's a very important organ, and therefore we hope that by this time tomorrow, we will be singing a different song, and we will be talking different things and talking about Mr. or Madam Speaker, yeah.
So today, that's done and dusted. We have a speaker, we have a deputy speaker, we have a president. What then is the process that follows thereafter?
There will be inauguration of the president. The Constitution says within 5 days from the time the person elected president is elected, they must be sworn in. They must take the oath of affirmation. So there will be election. There will be inauguration of the president. That swearing in ceremony. We believe it's going to be in Pretoria. And from the side of Parliament, of course, we must now transport these members to Pretoria, our honourable members to Pretoria, and with their guests. And beyond that, we must then come back and do the work of Parliament. That entails induction or orientation. That entails passing the budget, reviving it first because it lapsed at the end of the last Parliament. So we must now revive it. And that entails election of other office bearers like House chairpersons. That entails nomination of candidates to the Pan-African Parliament and to the SADC Parliamentary Forum. That entails nomination of candidates to the Judicial Service Commission, Magistrates Commission, among others. But importantly, the budget must be passed by the end of July. And we must be seized with that as Parliament.
Before I let you go, Mr. Kasungaba, unaona umyalezo onawo for i-South Africans ezibukeleyo ngeli xesha ku-Parliament TV malunga nalo mcimbi uzokwenzeka namhlanje?
Nalo mcimbi msasazi singathi kubalulekile into basiyazi ukuba ilizwe lethu lilawulwa kanjani na nokuba phambi kokuba kube khona abalawuli kwenzeka ntoni. Le nto yenzekayo apha namhlanje into ebaluleke kakhulu kuba into esiyenzayo apha namhlanje sakha the republic in a sense, because apha ubona le nto kuthiwa yi-separation of powers, but also you see cooperation, you see checks and balances. Chief Justice nguye lona who is running oqhuba le nkqubo namhlanje. Eqhuba le nkqubo namhlanje uzokuncedisa indlu yowiso-mthetho ukuze ikwazi uba ime endaweni yayo. Indlu yowiso-mthetho izokuncedisa urhulumente ophetheyo ukuba kube khona umongameli wayo. So sibona apha i-judiciary, sibona indlu yowiso-mthetho, sibona i-executive sisebenzisana ukuncedisana ukuba i-state sibe sendaweni yaso, senze umsebenzi waso. Xa sekudluliwe ke ngoku apha as the arms of the state funeka zincedisane zibuze uba kuthini usenza kanjena wena, sukwenza kanjena wena. So indlu zemithetho, ii-courts zizawuthi kaloku awunenzi kanjena, imithetho yenu mayibe right, mayenziwe kakuhle. Ipalamente izawuthi executive kaloku yenzani into etheni izawuyenza, you know. Ne-executive izawuzisa imithetho yayo sincedeni, you know. So checks and balances between the two, and the separation of powers as well. So ilapho into. So sizama ukuthi ke kwisizwe, kwilizwe loMzantsi Afrika yinto ebalulekileyo lena, and yiyo lento kubalulekileyo into yokuba xa kuthiwa makuyovotwa kuyovotwa ukwenzela into yoba idemocracy iflourishe, atsho amakhumsha, democracy ibe yiyo eflourishayo. Enkosi.
Mhlekazi wam, ndiyabulela kakhulu ngale ngxelo ibaluleke kangaka kuba uba ubungekho ibingasoze ikwazi uba ingafikelela kwindlebe zamemeli. Siyakubulela kakhulu ke ngoku.
Ndiyabulela msasasi.
That was Mr. Masibulele Xhaso, the Secretary to the National Assembly. And now we'll take you to look at what is the role of the legislature.
What is an MP? Welcome to the Civics Academy Election Series. In these videos, we explore different aspects of elections and why they are a central feature of democracy. In this video, we look at the role and functions of elected representatives who represent us in Parliament. In a democracy, voters elect members of Parliament, called MPs, to represent their interests. MPs have only temporary mandates and are accountable to voters. Voters do not have to re-elect them and the parties they might belong to if they do not deliver on their promises. Most MPs belong to a political party and represent their party in Parliament. MPs that do not belong to a political party and are elected as individuals in their own right are called independents. The roles and functions of MPs. MPs are primarily responsible for ensuring that the work of Parliament is done. They should ensure that Parliament provides a forum for debating important national issues, passing laws, and holding the executive branch of government accountable. In detail, MPs have many responsibilities. Legislation. MPs debate, pass, or reject laws that are drafted by the executive branch of government. Occasionally, MPs also draft their own laws called private members' bills. Their key role is to ensure that the laws passed by Parliament are in line with the country's constitution and will improve the lives of citizens. MPs play an important representative role by providing a link between government and the people. MPs are tasked with consulting citizens and representing their views in Parliament. However, the way that an MP represents people's views depends on the type of electoral system in a country. In South Africa, we have a proportional representation, or PR system, in which voters vote for a political party and not for an individual MP. That means, in reality, many MPs represent the interests of their political parties first and foremost. The party chooses which of their party representatives will sit as MPs in Parliament. MPs are then accountable to their parties. In this type of system, it is difficult for MPs to consult or represent a particular group or area of people or constituency. To try to solve this dilemma, many countries with PR systems, like South Africa, have introduced constituency work for their MPs. We explain the role and function of political parties in more detail in our video, What are Political Parties? Constituency work. South African MPs have been allocated a constituency area or town by their political parties. MPs are required to do constituency work during specific times of the year. During these constituency periods, MPs have a duty to be available to the public, help solve problems, and report back to their constituents on what is happening in Parliament. Oversight and accountability. MPs also scrutinize and oversee the work of the executive and hold cabinet ministers and the president accountable. This includes regular questions which these executive members must respond to in Parliament. MPs also sit in parliamentary committees which oversee the work and spending of government departments. Debates. MPs participate in parliamentary debates, which are usually made public through the media. This helps to inform and instruct citizens about government policy and important current political issues. South Africa's MPs. South Africa has 3 types of elected representatives. Firstly, MPs at the national level sit in the National Parliament, which has 2 houses or chambers, the National Assembly, which represents the entire country, and the National Council of Provinces, which represents the interests of the provinces. There are 400 MPs in the National Assembly and 90 MPs in the National Council of Provinces. We explain what Parliament is in more detail in our video, What is the Legislature? Secondly, each province also has its own assembly called a provincial legislature, with varying numbers of members called MPLs, depending on the population of the province. Thirdly, South Africa also has representatives at the local level of government called councillors, forming municipal councils. We explain the types and functions of councillors in more detail in the Civics Academy Local Government series. All MPs are in powerful positions and can influence important laws and decisions that affect millions of people. There may be times when their personal or business interests conflict with their ability to look after the public interest. Therefore, all elected MPs, MPLs, and councillors must record their personal business and outside interests in a public register so that citizens can monitor any unethical or corrupt behavior. Summary. MPs are elected representatives, must act in the public interest, and are accountable to the citizens. You can find out who your party MP is in your area and contact them about issues that affect you. Remember that you must contact parliamentary MPs for national issues, MPLs for provincial issues, and your local councillor for concerns that relate to your immediate area.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV. As you can see, we are at the City ICC, getting ready for the 10 o'clock sitting. And as we approach the first sitting of the National Assembly, it is important to reflect on the significance of the 2024 national and provincial elections. These elections have been pivotal in shaping the future of South Africa's democracy, and millions of South Africans cast their votes participating in the democratic processes that defines our nation. This year's elections were particularly noteworthy, with the inclusion of independent candidates for the first time, signaling a new era of representation and inclusivity. The elections have not only determined the composition of the National Assembly, but also set the stage for the provincial legislatures, which play a crucial role in our governance system. Parliament TV was at the IEC National Results Operations Center and spoke to some of the key stakeholders. The first of which was the CSIR, who are responsible for the election prediction model, and secondly, the Human Sciences Research Council, who conducted an electoral survey during the election period. Let's take a look at what happened at the National Results Operations Center. The CSIR, in collaboration with the SABC, are once again part of the South African elections, using its prediction models for the South African national and provincial elections, a model that the CSIR introduced since the 1999 general elections. And standing with me now is Dr. Jeffrey Baloyi of the CSIR. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for taking this interview.
No, thank you for welcoming me.
Dr. Baloyi, if you could briefly share with us what is the role of the CSIR in an election?
Okay, the role of the CSIR, and as you said, we collaborate with the SABC, is to utilize our expertise as a scientists and engineers to come up with a prediction model that can help assist the country and especially society at large to really track how well the elections are unfolding as the IEC is busy giving out the results as they come through from the different voting districts.
And what are these models that the CSIR is using to arrive at its predictions?
We have developed mathematical and statistical models that we look at the data that we collected from previous elections, and from there we develop the algorithms and into a software package that we can use to predict what results to expect once we reach a particular level of voting district declarations.
So this is not the first election, obviously. Now, based on the previous elections, have these predictions really given you the outcome that you would like to see?
Yes, I don't want to brag, but absolutely. Since we started doing our predictions since 1999, we've always been accurate in our predictions, and we started cooperating with the SABC since 2004, and we also feel comfortable and confident that even in these elections, we're going to be accurate in our predictions.
And when does CSIR start with its work? When does CSIR ordinarily start preparing for an upcoming election?
Actually, we start as soon as we collect the results from these elections. For example, for the next elections, we have to update our models with the new data. So we start as soon as possible. So when the next elections come, for example, the municipal elections, when they do come, we are ready for it.
Mr. Baloyi, thank you very much for talking to us.
You're welcome.
Well, that was Dr. Jeffrey Baloyi of the CSIR talking to us about CSIR prediction models in an election. Since the late 90s, the IEC has partnered with the Human Sciences Research Council to undertake a program on electoral research. Joining me now is Dr. Stephen Gordon, a senior research specialist for developmental, capable and ethical state at the Human Sciences Research Council. Good afternoon and thank you for talking to us.
And thank you for talking about such an important, relevant issue in our fast-changing democracy here in South Africa.
If you could just briefly give us an overview of the work of the Council.
So the Human Science Research Council has been conducting an election satisfaction survey since 1999, tracking satisfaction with the quality of elections. We must remember that elections are only considered free and fair if the voters themselves share this perspective. So we've been asking voters, do you think the election was free and fair? How can we improve the election experience? What can the Election Commission do to make sure your vote is safe, secret, and secure?
Now, if you've just shared some of the intentions for conducting this research, but if you can just briefly take us through some of the methodologies that you use when conducting the election research.
So we have data scientists. They select 300 voting stations and send field workers to those voting stations. They conduct an exit poll. So as people exit the voting station after having voted, they're interviewed and asked a number of questions, usually takes about 15 minutes. These voting stations are selected according to their demographics, geographic position, and their socioeconomic makeup. We follow the best international standards in terms of weighting and analyzing this data, and indeed credit must go to the Election Commission for investing in one of the longest, most robust election satisfaction surveys, not just in Africa, but in the world.
Thank you for staying tuned to Parliament TV. We are building up to the first sitting of the National Assembly. In the meantime, we are looking back at the recent elections and some of the significant stakeholders who work alongside the IEC to ensure that our elections are free and fair. When South Africa headed to the polls for the 2024 national and provincial election, the role of election observers has never been more crucial. These observers, both local and international, play a vital role in ensuring the integrity of our electoral processes. They help guarantee that the elections are conducted freely and fairly by monitoring the voting and counting processes and ensuring that all procedures adhere to the legal and ethical standards set by our Constitution and the Independent Electoral Commission. Let's take a look at the experience of some of the election observers. Africa has made significant progress in institutionalizing electoral democracy over the past decade. This is reflected in the number of successful multi-party elections in some of African Union member states. The African Union contributes to the electoral observation through the African Union Election Observation Mission. And joining me now to talk more on this is His Excellency, former President Uhuru Kenyatta. Your Excellency, good evening, and thank you very much for taking time off your busy schedule to speak to Parliament TV. If you could, just to kickstart this conversation, if you can just share on the establishment of the African Union Election Observation Mission, its mandate and its objectives.
Well, first and foremost, thank you for having us, and to say that the African Union over the past years has been sending missions to different African countries, and the whole to observe elections, and the whole purpose is really to entrench democracy, to learn best practices from different countries which can be passed on, and to really deepen democracy on the African continent. So this particular mission was here to observe the South African elections. We are a team of 65, composed of 35 women, 35 men, quite a cross-section of young people, some ambassadors, some parliamentarians, and people from different civil society organizations across the continent. And we deployed in 21 missions across all 9 provinces of South Africa with the view of monitoring these elections and with the purpose of ensuring that the elections were conducted in a free, fair, transparent manner, and that at the end the result would reflect the will and the wish of the people of South Africa. So that was our mission, that was our objective.
Given this important mandate, how does the mission balance its role with principles of non-interference with member states and impartiality and independence for the observation?
For a start, we are not involved in the elections. We are here to observe. We are observers during the elections. We are not here to dictate terms. We are not here to take sides. We are not here to influence elections. Like I said in my opening statement, we are here, and our objective is that the processes and the manner in which the election is conducted will ultimately reflect the wish of the people of South Africa. Yeah? So we are not here in any way whatsoever, and that the elections do meet best practice standards. And if there are areas that we think a country could improve, we make recommendations. But vice versa also happens. There are areas that we see that we can learn best practices which can be copied in other African countries.
Your Excellency, are you able to share what are some of those areas?
Well, let me say that as far as this election goes, we can generally say without fear of favor, we think that the election was done credibly. We think the IEBC did handle themselves in a transparent manner. We acknowledge that there were a number of challenges, logistical challenges in terms of delay maybe in opening stations, which we noted. We observed, for example, there were problems with the voter identification kits, which also resulted in delays. We noted again, for example, that ballot boxes were not properly marked in some instances, which could lead to potential confusion. We noted also, for example, that there were problems with people identifying with the new law. So we saw quite a number of people who were not familiar with the new electoral reform and did not know, for example, that they could not vote in the same way they voted in 2019. And they reported to stations only to be told that this time around you have to go to the station that, so voter education we thought maybe needed to be enhanced in order for voters to have a better understanding of where they are voting. We also noted, for example, that maybe some of the polling stations were overloaded, which resulted also in long queues and delays, and maybe the need in future for more polling stations so that you can reduce the number of people that are being handled at each station and create greater efficiency, speed, and less waiting time on the part of voters. Those are some of the things that we thought could be rectified. I think we also, on the other side, noted good practices. For example, the process of verification of votes all the way from casting votes, agents and party agents being allowed to oversee from counting all the way through to transmission, so that before a result is put, it has been thoroughly scrutinized by not only political parties but also by independent auditors. That was one good practice that we saw. The engagement of the IEC with stakeholders and political parties is another thing that we thought was quite well handled. The speedy manner in which litigation was resolved and it did not stop the election from occurring, I think is also the need for speed in resolving litigation. I think that was also a plus. So, like I said, there are pluses and there are minuses. There are those recommendations that we make when we feel that there are areas that could be strengthened, and we make those recommendations. But there are those areas that we think we can take with us and impart as best practices for other African countries as well.
You have highlighted some of the important areas of your work. Can you briefly then share your experiences on observing the South African national and provincial elections?
There is no election that doesn't have its challenges, as I've just mentioned. Yeah, but overall, I can say that the election that was held in South Africa is a true reflection of the will of the people of South Africa. And when you say that, you must say, therefore, that the election, despite challenges, was conducted in a relatively good manner. And our hope and our prayer is that democracy is an ongoing process, that by the time you come to the next one, you know, all these challenges which may have been associated with, you know, the change in law, additional ballots, you know, you've learned this through this election, and the next one will definitely be that much better.
Thank you very much for that, His Excellency. Looking ahead, what are some of the key priorities and initiatives that the mission plans to undertake?
As far as our mission now comes to an end on the day of the announcement, we shall now prepare a detailed report which will be available on the AU Commission website. You'll be able to see the detailed report. We were able to release the preliminary report and the more detailed report that will clearly state the issues that we observed and the recommendations that have been made by our team.
Thank you very much for taking time off your busy schedule to speak to Parliament TV. It's really much appreciated.
Thank you very much. And on my part, mine is just to really take this opportunity to congratulate the people of South Africa. I congratulate them for the manner in which they showed patience in their long lines. Despite the delays, they were patient and ready to wait to exercise their democratic right. They were peaceful. And my hope and prayer is that that will extend into the future, and that this election will result in greater prosperity and the betterment of South Africa and her people.
Election observation, including special voting, is one of the crucial components for ensuring integrity and transparency for electoral processes. Joining me now is Mr. Tendai Mbanje. He's from the African Center for Governance. Good afternoon, Mr. Mbanje, and thank you for talking to Parliament TV.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Mr. Mbanje, can you take us through or give us an overview of the role of the Center in relation to the South African elections?
Thank you so much. And our role has been mainly to involve ourselves in civic education that relates to stages of the electoral processes. As you are aware that elections are 5-year cycle. So what we do in the 5-year, we engage the work of the IEC on its various stages. For example, if it is about voter education, if it's about encouraging people to register to vote, any education around electoral processes, we are experts in that area and we work with communities, we work with civil society groups to empower and to educate people around electoral processes.
What were some of the critical issues that you picked up during your observer mission in the voting stations?
So what we involved ourselves was we focused on various stages of the electoral process, but much more of our emphasis was to events leading to the election day. So what we did was to train our observers. We trained a number of observers, both local and from the region, who formed a group of impartial observers whom we deployed in 8 provinces, except the Northern Cape. So we observed special voting. What we picked up was much of our observers noted that there was a gap in terms of the security or the safety of polling staff when they move home to home, when they are helping people to cast their vote, because they were putting the ballots in small bags. So we could identify that anything could happen to those votes, and also could happen to the security of the staff. So one of our recommendations to say the IEC must find ways to ensure that there is security of those who are administering the voting process, and also that process is well observed, because much of the observers did not focus on that special voting. So much of our special voting identified such gaps. Then when it came to the actual election day, we noted low presence of law enforcement in many polling stations. We also noted low presence of observers, domestic observers. So much of the polling stations that we visited, we hardly met observers. So that was quite worrying to say maybe there wasn't sufficient work that was put in trying to encourage civil society organizations. Perhaps they don't have resources into election observation, which is the area which is crucial to provide oversight to this important occasion. Then major complaints came to the VMDs, voter management devices, how to use them. I think there's still room on how those technologies could be improved. But overall, I think we did not pick any red flags or any issues that could pose the credibility of this election to stake. So overall, I think more than 600 polling stations we observed across the country, we did not meet major issues of worry apart of logistical challenges that the IEC faced.
I understand that you have already produced a preliminary report. Can you take us through to some of the findings and the recommendations that are contained in the report?
So some of our findings, what I've highlighted about the election technology, mainly about the election technology. We really commended the IEC for being transparent in terms of communication throughout the election cycle. We could realize that if you go to IEC website, you get information that today there was issue about the system that was not working. The IEC communicated. For me, that is quite fundamental. That's quite huge. So communication was very key, and the IEC was very open to engage stakeholders. The door was open. We could go and engage, and we were invited for several briefings. I think that was professional, and also we commended the professionalism of IEC staff during the electoral process itself. I thought that was quite phenomenal, because most of the staff that we interacted with were very professional. Although there were glitches here and there, but you could see that the level of professionalism was maintained. So those kind of things we highlighted. And also we highlighted that the strength of institutions, state institutions, actually made easier the work of the IEC. We realized that this election was highly litigated. There were court cases in and out, and we just realized that that did not compromise the work of the IEC. I think that actually solidified the work of the IEC. So those were overall findings, but our recommendations were to say the IEC must be over-prepared. I think this election, they used the data from previous elections to analyze the trend and perhaps prepare for this election, which took them by surprise in my view. So I think there's need to over-prepare than perhaps to moderately prepare for an election. So in terms of logistics, that's where the challenge is, but and also in terms of improving election technology. But overall, in terms of the legal frameworks, compliance to the Constitution, the standards, and I think there has been commendable efforts that we see that IEC did.
And from there, would you then say that the South African elections, the 2024 South African elections, were credible, fair, and free?
As election observation missions, we don't certify elections to say the election was free and fair, because to determine whether the election was free and fair, it's a very complex issue, but we talk about the credibility in terms of meeting international standards, in terms of the laws, whether the IEC acted in its mandate, the IEC complied with the Constitution, the IEC complied with the Electoral Act. I think the courts of law kind of confirmed that. Even the IEC's, in its own motion, to approach the Constitutional Court to ask for the interpretation of certain legal texts. I think that was fundamental and was phenomenal. So I think if you analyze how the IEC acted, we could see that they were operated in the confinements of the law. But when it comes to logistics, this is not legal. I think that there is an over-assessment that the IEC did, to a larger extent, follow those standards.
Since you cannot declare whether the elections were free and fair, out of 10, what would you give the IEC? And secondly, where will members of the public be able to get hold of the criminal report that you have produced?
I cannot say for certain out of 10 or where the IEC stands, because the process is still going on. You realize that what we have done, it's a portion. We still have to observe this process and the declaration of results and the post-election period. So our report is a comprehensive report. So the election cycle is not finished yet. So we cannot give an assessment because we are still in the process. It's like you have cooked halfway and then you say, can you give an assessment of how this meal tastes? It needs to be fully cooked.
Mr. Mbanje, thank you very much for talking to Parliamentary.
Thank you so much.
Well, that was Mr. Tendai Mbanje of the African Center for Governance sharing with us on the observer mission that they've conducted with these 2024 general elections.
As you can see on your screen, there's the chamber preparing for 10 o'clock, and you can see there the seating arrangements, and that is all coming to you at 10 o'clock. And thank you for staying with Parliament TV. You are still watching the live broadcast of the first sitting of the National Assembly, and we are at the Cape Town International Convention Center. So, Tsepo, when I was speaking to Mr. Kaso earlier, he emphasized on the importance of South Africans to go and vote.
Yes.
Did you vote, and how was your experience?
I literally have my mark right here. It hasn't washed off. I was watching on social media and somebody said that this is the X that you are proud of. You know, this is the X. When people say that they could die for their X, this is the X that they're talking about. So I have an X that I am proud of, and yes, I did go and vote. And most importantly, I think this year, this election year, especially with the youth, I think everybody has realized the importance of exercising your right to vote, the importance of voicing what it is that you are not happy with, and ensuring that there is change where it is needed to be.
And that was reflected in the long queues that we saw on the 29th of May. And of course, I did vote, even though the ink is a bit, you'll know my problem with my nails. So I had voted. It was a great experience having to vote on those 3 ballot papers for the first time. You'd remember that South Africa previously voted only on the 2 ballot papers, but because of the changes that come with the Electoral Amendment Act, which was signed into law by the President in April last year.
Yes, yes.
So we saw the introduction of the 3rd ballot, which sought to cater for the independent candidates. So I had a great experience. I voted on the 27th, yes. So for you would know that on the 29th, I had to be at the National Results Operations Center.
All right. So now, Ngozi, you know, with regards to also exercising your rights to vote, right? And with regards to the fact that now South Africans had 3 ballot papers where they cast their votes, and we have the regional ballot paper now where independent candidates are provided for. I struggled with whether South Africans, there was enough noise, enough awareness with this new concept of independent candidates. I think we've seen it internationally, and I think it will be very interesting to see how many independent candidates actually made it to the national National Assembly?
We'll wait to see, but as you would be aware, none of the independent candidates made it. We have the 18 parties that are coming to the new assembly. We have 7 new parties coming into the 7th parliament. And as one would hear from the noise coming outside, the city ICC is a buzz. It's packed to capacity, and if people are catching the background noise, then they must just know that is the parliamentary choir that is preparing for the sitting that is scheduled to take place in less than an hour.
It's very important. Parliament by the people, for the people, Dinkos.
And also, Tsepo, the National Results Operations Center was another big experience for me. It was the first time that we were there, and quite honestly, I've covered the State of the Nation address and other events of Parliament, but I have not been to a room that was so full of the media. I'm sure all the media houses were there, and it was quite an experience for me. Done a couple of interviews, as you would have seen earlier.
Yes.
I had an opportunity to speak to high-profile people. I don't want to brag about that now, but I had a very strong supportive team behind me, the crew members, all those that are behind the scenes are not often seen on the screens. You know, there was a lot of work that they put into the Results Operations Center visit.
I think the viewers should know that I envy you just a little bit. Now, today at 10 a.m., the National Assembly will be holding its first sitting of the 7th Parliament. The first sitting of the National Assembly holds immense significance for several reasons. First, it marks the beginning of a new parliamentary term, embodying the democratic process where elected representatives assume their roles to serve the people. It is a testament to the functioning of democracy where power is transferred peacefully and systematically. Secondly, during the first sitting, the Chief Justice administers the oath of office to the newly elected members of Parliament. This oath is a pledge to the Republic and obedience to the Constitution, ensuring that all members are committed to upholding the nation's highest laws and values.
And that's true, Tsepo. The first sitting also involved the election of key parliamentary leaders, including the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly and the President of the Republic. These positions are crucial for maintaining order, guiding legislative procedures, and providing leadership within the Assembly. The swearing in of members also marks the start of their functioning as members of Parliament. That underscores the National Assembly's role in representing the diverse interests of South Africans. It is an occasion to reaffirm the Assembly's responsibility to hold the executive accountable, debate national issues, and pass legislation that reflects the will of the people. Overall, the first sitting of the National Assembly is a pivotal moment that reinforces the principles of democracy, accountability, and representation in South Africa. It sets the tone for the parliamentary term and ensures that the governance of the nation is carried out in accordance with constitutional mandates.
Now, to further explain the role of the legislature, take a look at the following video courtesy of the Civic Academy funded by the Hans Seidel Foundation.
Governance series. In these videos, we explore different aspects of democratic governance and the concept of the separation of powers as one of the key features of democracy. In this video, we look at the legislative branch of government, its responsibility and tasks. Democracies are characterized by the separation of functions and powers between the 3 branches of government: the legislature, the executive, and
All right, we apologize for that technical problem. We are still watching Parliament TV live broadcast of the first sitting of the National Assembly. We are coming to you live at the City ICC. As you can see, the chamber is getting ready. You can see that the seats are still not occupied yet, but we expect that in less than 30 minutes, that what you see, the chamber that you see in your screens there will be packed to capacity.
Temikosi, let's talk about how gorgeous the chamber looks. This is the first time that the city ICC has been declared a parliamentary precinct, and it is looking beautiful.
And one might wonder why the city ICC, as people are so used to parliament sitting in the sitting in the city hall.
That is correct.
But unfortunately, the event that happens in the city hall does not require any form of interaction except that the president tables the State of the Nation address, and that is normally the only agenda of that sitting. So there is no interaction in between. But with these arrangements, obviously we know that the National Assembly will be electing the Speaker, they'll be electing the Deputy Speaker, they'll be electing the Deputy President. So there's going to be an interaction, and hence the city ICC was identified as a suitable venue to host this first sitting.
Thank you so much, Mkosi. We are live from the city ICC, where members of the National Assembly are arriving for the first sitting. You just heard the remarks from the Secretary to Parliament during the media briefing that was held yesterday afternoon. Now, the Secretary to Parliament was talking about the state of readiness of Parliament when it comes to accommodating members and ensuring that all processes are according to book. By all accounts, everything is set and ready for this inaugural sitting for the 7th Parliament. As the National Assembly sits today, simultaneously, all 9 provincial legislatures will hold their first sittings. As you know, the National Council of Provinces will have its first sitting tomorrow, as some MPLs will be coming to Cape Town to constitute the council. Yesterday, Parliament TV spoke to some members to hear what being a member of Parliament means to them. Have a look at some of their responses.
Ndisuka phaya kwilali yasePholile phantsi kochifu uLuphindo emahlubini eMatatiyela, Eastern Cape. Ndibuya okwesibini ke kule parliament bendingene ngo-2020. Ndiyabuya ke ngoku okwesibini. Ndisuka kwiqembu le-EFF, Economic Freedom Fighters. Ndirepresenta abavoti phansi kwebhena ye-EFF. Silapha ke as a member of parliament silwela into yoba mawubuye umhlaba ukuze sikwazi ukukhiqiza ke bendijongene ke nala committee ye-small business yona passion nayo ke into ebendisebenza ngayo ukuba imember yeparlamente ke kuthetha into yoba xa ulapha uzolwela amalungelo wabantu nokwenzeka kwezinto ezazingenzekanga kwabo bantu ababe previously disadvantaged. So silapha ke ukuzomeka sure ukuthi umhlaba uyabuyela ebantwini kwaye nezomnotho abantu bayakhululeka kuzo kuba yeyona ke ingxaki esenze saba siseparlamente si-EFF kuba abantu bakwazi ukukhululeka ngokwezomnotho. Ilizwe alikwazi ukuma nge-SARS, awukwazi uma ngo-10%, uyifuneke uze ube uyakwazi ukuthi unakekele abantu besizwe sakho kube khona into iprodusayo. So elilizwe ke elingenayo neplot yetamatisi awukwazi ke uba ungacreate amathuba omsebenzi. So sidinga ke uba umhlaba mawubuye sikwazi ukukhiqiza kube kwii-factories amafama. Sithi mazibe khona kii-markets ezikwaziyo ukuthi ziqophisane nabo Pick n Pay nazo zonke ii-sectors. Even i-petrol station karhulumente iyadingeka because sifuna ukuthi abantu bakwazi ufumana imisebenzi 1, 2 sikwazi usebenzisa from i-profit yemali esiyigeneratayo sisizwe ngaphandle ko-SARS ngoba u-SARS uthathwa kanye ngonyaka mali.
Hello, I am Andisiwe Kumbatha and I am from the African National Congress. I'm a new member into the 7th administration of Parliament. Being a member of Parliament is not about me, but it's about what I can do and represent for the people of South Africa. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to represent not only young people but South Africans across on key policy issues and advocating for those policy issues to ensure that they find expression in our government and that they are implemented and that the value of those policies is felt across South Africa. So I'm very privileged and I'm very grateful for this opportunity. But yet again, it's not about me, but it's about what I am here to do for the people of South Africa. Thank you very much.
Preparations going on there in the chamber at the City ICC that has been declared as the Parliamentary precinct. Looking gorgeous, looking great. Temkosi, what does it mean to be a member of Parliament? And I mean, throughout the years, throughout the election years, conversations change. Promises are different. However, challenges still remain the same. Unemployment, poverty, and we heard the members talking about empowering the people. They talked about the fact that being a member is not about you, but serving the people that have elected you to represent them here. I mean, how do we ensure that each and every member realizes that their work here is to serve?
Sebo, what I like about what you just said now is that we heard those coming from voices of young women. You'll remember that there is some drop in women representation in this Parliament, which it is at 43.5%.
That's correct.
But it's also good when you see such young people, such young women, to be precise, coming in to Parliament to represent their constituencies. You've heard the young MP from the Economic Freedom Fighters raising issues of financial freedom, talking about how taxes get collected only once a year, making some proposals, one of which the government owns garage.
Yeah, that is so true. To add on to the fact that there are females and it's more integrated and diverse in Parliament, I love the fact that we have new young MPs. As you saw the MP from the ANC, she's young, she's new, and hopefully they'll be bringing more creative, a different perspective to all the challenges that we have, especially for the youth, now that we are in Youth Month and we're celebrating Youth Day on Sunday.
And as you say, this brings a lot of hope to all those young South Africans out there that you can actually become a member of Parliament who 40 years ago thought that South Africa could have such young members of Parliament, black women in particular. So this is great to see, and we hope that these young MPs will focus on the issues of young people. We know about the high rate of unemployment among the youth. We know about so many other challenges that the country is currently facing now, and we have been saying we need young people to come and provide a solution to these challenges. So we remain hopeful that the introduction of these young MPs will see some changes, in particular in the youth.
Now, with the introduction of independent candidates and the youth coming into Parliament, would you vote for me if I went into Parliament and I campaigned?
Well, Sebo, it will be very difficult for me to tell you now because you would know that in South Africa, your vote is your secret, but it will be something definitely to think about. But for those viewers at home, we still have more views from the members of the public. Let's listen to this.
I'm from the Democratic Alliance. I'm a returning member. I was part of the 6th Parliament, and now we're part of the 7th Parliament. Well, look, being a member of Parliament, it essentially means that it's a selfless service. You are there to ensure that the aspirations of the people out there are realized in Parliament, but also to make sure that you can represent the best interests of the people and make sure that everything and anything that they would want to achieve, that they can reach their full potential, enabled by good legislation. As legislators, that we can promote and propose good legislation that will serve as a catalyst for people to reach their full potential.
My name is Ryan Smith. I grew up in Johannesburg, Gauteng, but I've been living in Cape Town for the last 10 years. And I'm a new member for the Democratic Alliance, but I've served as John Steenhuisen's Chief of Staff for the past 4.5 years now. I think it's an amazing opportunity to affect change in South Africa. I think that you become an instrument of our democracy. You're elected to represent your constituents and all South Africans who want a better future. And I think it's a very big responsibility to help bring that to light and, enact it for the country. So very great opportunity, a big honor, lots of pressure on my shoulders, but hoping to make South Africa proud.
of the National Assembly following the May 29 general, national and provincial elections. So as you see there, with the sitting arrangement in place, with some of the parliamentary officials making sure, doing the final touches and making sure that when those members start moving in, then they will be comfortable in their seats. We expect to see them coming in any time now, Tsepo?
Yes, and hopefully they'll be dressed to impress. It's one of the things that I feel like, apart from the important, serious social issue stuff that everybody wants to engage in, wants to interact in, just a little bit of fun to look at what are they wearing, you know, what is their fashion sense, just so that we can all have a lighter moment. Apart from everything that is so serious that is happening around the first National Assembly sitting.
And it was also good to hear from those young MPs, one returning MP who's been part of the parliament, is again part of this parliament and making promises on bringing some changes. We saw the DA new MP coming in. Yes, he has an experience of parliament, which also that can be seen as something that will be helpful as he settles into parliament. But all the young people are really concerned about the challenges that are confronting the youth in South Africa. And they are making promises, but we have 5 years to judge them on the promises that they are making today.
And Mkosi, for the first time, we are talking government, a national government of unity. Right? Somebody said that I think the motto of 2024 is our 1994. We've taken it quite literally, because the last time we saw such a concept coming to life was literally after the 1994 first democratic elections.
Come to think of it, Tsepo, I was not so long ago, I was thinking about that during the election campaigns, the mood was that 2024 will become
our
1994. We are 30 years into democracy.
Yes.
And right now, we're sitting and waiting to hear of the government of national unity exactly what happened after 1994. But this year, it's a little bit different. We know that in 1994, the ANC had obtained a majority.
Yes.
But it went on to invite the people to come and form part of the government of national unity. And this year is a little bit different because no one has gotten an outright majority. So we wait to see how the government of national unity will be established. And for those viewers at home, you can follow these live proceedings on all our parliamentary social media platforms. It's at Parliament of RSA on YouTube, on Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook. We are also coming to you live on channel 408 on DSTV. But for now, let's hear what other people had to say about today's sitting.
Well, my name is Patrick Atkinson, and I'm a member of the Democratic Alliance. And this is actually the second time I'm going to be in Parliament. I was in the 5th Parliament, so I sat here between 2014 and 2019. And then during the last term, I was in the Gauteng legislature. So I'm very pleased to be back for the 7th term of Parliament, which I believe will be an historic time. So I feel very privileged to be here. It means that you are able to get into the arena and really make a difference for the people of South Africa. So what I do believe is that we have the possibility in this Parliament to make everyone's lives better over the next 5 years. And I think being a member of Parliament actually gives you that opportunity to do something about it. Rather than talking, we're doing.
My name is Liam Jacobs, and I'm representing the Democratic Alliance, and I'm a new member. Tell you what, I'm a firm believer in the fact that you have to go out there and change your corner of the world, because the world is too big to change in and of itself. Thanks to Parliament, my corner of the world just happens to be the Republic of South Africa. So being a member of Parliament means being able to make change in this particular corner of the world and truly realize a fantastic South Africa, an optimistic South Africa, and a prosperous South Africa for all South Africans.
Promises of a better 5 years, and we remain hopeful that these 5 years will indeed be a better one for South Africa. Those are some of our new members that will be coming into Parliament for the first time. And it's great to see, like I said, a little bit of mixture of old members and of young members, because that is important to ensure that the transition and the discussion from the previous Parliament are ongoing. So it's quite a good mix to bring in, to have the new parliaments coming in, to have the youth coming into Parliament, to have women coming into Parliament, young women, you know. So also, but it's also good for transitional purposes to have those old members that will provide guidance on instances where it is needed.
And Tim Kosi, I don't know if the viewers can hear it, but the bells are ringing. Members are being called to the chamber. Just to get into this a little bit, I love the year of 2024 because it highlights so many key moments, right? Firstly, we are celebrating 30 years of our democratic dispensation. We are celebrating 28 years since the adoption and the adoption and the passing of the Constitution as we know it today, right? Furthermore, it is a year where we made a stamp, we voted, we voiced out our opinions in the national and provincial elections, and for the very first time, like you mentioned, we do not have an outright majority. 2024 is the year of legends.
2024 is indeed the year of legends, Tseko. You've highlighted so many special events that we are celebrating as a country. It's good that the country is celebrating 30 years. It's been a long 30 years. You know where we come from.
Yes.
There has been great improvements that have been made in the last 30 years. We don't need to get into them. I'm sure South Africans knows exactly what I'm talking about. And we are looking forward to see what is now this next 5 years going to bring. I think that is what everyone is looking forward to, because this is a 5 years that is going to be new in South Africa.
Great.
What to expect. We just heard the bell ringing now, inviting all the members of parliament to go into the chamber. 10 o'clock, we're sitting and waiting.
And the ringing of the bell can literally signify a new beginning, new hope, new perspective, creations that maybe we haven't even thought about, especially now with the youth coming in with new members. Of course with the old, and I always say that maybe we do need the old members. I think a lot of youth do say that, you know what, maybe we only need the youth. But we need the old members of parliament because they bring the wisdom, they bring the guides. And of course then with the youth, with that combination of new perspective and new ways of gaining momentum and ensuring that we overcome these challenges, I think those two concepts can go well together.
Yeah, and I'm told ukuthi wena ke busonalo nethuba lokujikeleza futhethe nazo as members of parliament, meeting them and shaking hands with the who's who that you can expect to see in the 5th parliament. Yes. Just share briefly that experience.
Nkosi, I had the opportunity to get to know members, and in this experience that I have, most of the members talk about that their passion is serving people. They talk about ensuring that whatever happened in the 6th administration that was not solved needs to be solved now. Policy making and involving the youth in policy making and decision making is very crucial because the youth has spoken, the people of South Africa have spoken, and this is the National Assembly, this is the government that they want to see proceed forward. A government of unity, a government that works together, and a government that advances the achievements of the people and encourages development and enables them to grow within every sector. Of course, going to unemployment, eradicating poverty, and ensuring that South Africa gets to where it needs to be, a land of possibilities.
And also ensuring that there's equality amongst the citizens. But let's listen to what some of the South Africans had to say.
My name is Joe Masongam. I'm a member of the African National Congress. I'm a returning member of Parliament. Being a member of Parliament comes with lots of responsibility because the electorate, who are the South African citizens, have bestowed on us the responsibility to take care of their lives, whereby in this parliament we discuss issues of national interest. Young people have spoken during election time that they need jobs. We have to deliver jobs. They need better education facilities. They walk long distances in some universities where there are no student accommodation. We have to deliver. There is the issue of land. It's a matter that has to be addressed. And many other issues, NHI, poverty, inequality. These are some of the key issues that as a member of parliament, I have to make sure that they are delivered in this term of office.
Making some commitments relating to the NHI, poverty, inequality, unemployment. Also, as 5 years, those are some of the things that they're going to see that they are realized. In 5 years, of course, a lot has been done in the past 30 years, but there's a lot that still needs to be done because siyayazi ukuthi amaqondo omsebenzi amaqondo abantu abangaphangeliyo aphezulu, siyazi abantu ezinikeza izikhalo zabo, inequality, unemployment, zininzi wena kusekho izinto abantu bakuthi abakhala ngazo, kodwa umamela uMr Mswangaye ecacisa phana esithi yes zikhona izinto engakhange sikwazi uzilungisa kodwa ke sijonge uzilungisa kule next 5 years.
That is correct, Nkosi. And I think that it's significant to hear members and how they are focused on ensuring that the challenges that South Africans have been facing will be eradicated, they'll be dealt with, and effectively so. Of course, there are different ideologies here and there. However, I think the pivotal point and the core issue here and the main thing throughout all parties is ensuring that the people are served. So I think that is very important, and it also just mirrors what South Africans have voted for and what their voice has been, to say that we need a united government that works for the people, a government for the people, by the people.
Yeah, iloko kabantu esilindele babakubone ngo-10 o'clock xa kuqala i-first sitting of the National Assembly for the 7th Parliament. So asiyazi ukuthi kuzokwenzeka ntoni namhlanje kodwa silindile ngomonde. You don't know that as the House will begin its first sitting that the Chief Justice Raymond Zondo will preside over the election of the Speaker, and from there the Speaker will then preside over the election of the Deputy Speaker. Only after then the Chief Justice will take the seat back again and preside over the election of the President, and whoever is elected the President today will then cease to be a member of Parliament. And for those of us who have just joined us, we are moments away from the commencement of the first sitting of the National Assembly, and the City ICC is abuzz with activities as members descend to attend the inaugural sitting of the 7th Parliament.
Yes, indeed, Nkosi. There is quite an air of anticipation as we get closer to the start of the sitting. As viewers know, Parliament is elected using proportional representation and party lists. Before the election, each political party submits a list of its candidates in a numbered order of preference. This means the most popular candidate will be number 1, the next number 2, and so on. After the election, the percentage of votes cast for each party is worked out. The seats in Parliament are allocated in proportion to the number of votes cast in the election. This means a party that won 10% of the votes will get 10% of the seats. If a party wins 20 seats, the first 20 people on its party list will become MPs.
It's also interesting to note that the recent election results has seen an increase in the number of parties represented in the National Assembly to 18, with the introduction of 7 new parties. Furthermore, the results indicate a slight decline in female representation in the National Assembly, dropping from 45% in 2019 to approximately 43.5% in 2024. This means that out of the elected members, 174 are women. And on a positive note, this National Assembly list features of a significant representation of young people, with nearly 50% of its members falling within the 20 to 50-year age group. This demographic shift aligns the Assembly more closely with our population, where young people form the majority.
It does indeed, Nkosi. I'm certain the inclusion of more young members will bring fresh perspectives, innovative ideas, and a dynamic approach to tackling the challenges and aspirations of our people, which is quite significant this month as we commemorate Youth Month and Youth Day on Sunday, 16 June.
Yes, all eyes are indeed going to be on the 7th Parliament, starting with the proceedings of today's sittings. But let's look at some of youth programs that are scheduled for this year.
In the month of June, Parliament joins the nation in commemorating Youth Month, a time to recognize the contributions and aspirations of the youth in our society, a time to reflect on the struggles faced by young people in the past and to celebrate their achievements in shaping the future. Youth Month holds great significance in South Africa as it marks the anniversary of the student uprising in 1976, when young people took to the streets to protest against the oppressive apartheid education system. Their courage and sacrifice have paved the way for a more inclusive and equitable society. Parliament acknowledges the importance of investing in the youth, as they are the future leaders, innovators, and change makers. It is committed to creating an enabling environment for young people to thrive, providing access to quality education, skills development, and economic opportunities. Through various initiatives and legislation, Parliament aims to address the challenges faced by the youth, such as unemployment, inequality, and limited access to resources. It recognizes the need for inclusive policies that empower young people and ensure their active participation in decision-making processes. As we commemorate Youth Month, let us reaffirm our commitment to supporting the youth and working towards a society where every young person can reach their full potential. Together, let us build a brighter future for the youth of South Africa. Parliament, empowering the youth for a better tomorrow.
Welcome back, and you're still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. We are coming to you live from the Cape Town International Convention Center. We are building up to the first sitting of the National Assembly, which is happening 2 days before the Youth Day, which is on Sunday. And we've just heard the commitments that Parliament has made in terms of empowering the youth. We've heard earlier, I mentioned that almost 50% of members of Parliament are from the young people.
That is correct, and because I think this mirrors exactly what is happening in the National Assembly and the representative of members within the National Assembly. And I think it's quite significant that this event, the first sitting of the National Assembly, is happening literally 2 days away from Youth Day.
And just to remind also the viewers that as we seated here today for the first sitting of the National Assembly, in the provinces, the provincial legislatures are also sitting to finalize their business of electing the premiers, because tomorrow we would have another sitting of one of the houses of Parliament, which is in this instance the National Council of Provinces, where we will see the swearing in of members, the election of the chairperson, the deputy chairperson, and the chief whip of the National Council of Provinces.
This means that Parliament will be very busy with ensuring that members arrive, members are registered, and that they will be ready for those NCOP proceedings, just like the NA members are ready for their proceedings that are about to go on live at 10 a.m.
And that is a few minutes away. We're going to be seeing the first sitting of the National Assembly of the 7th Parliament, where we expect the Chief Justice, Mr. Raymond Zondo, to preside over the election of the Speaker. And I have said the Speaker would then preside over the election of the Deputy Speaker, and would then the Chief Justice would then be invited back to preside over the election of the President. And earlier on, Mr. Kaso explained the electoral procedures that are going to follow in that regard.
And I think it's very important to look at the key role that the Chief Justice plays in these proceedings. Viewers might be aware that the Chief Justice is the head of the judiciary, right? And he exercises responsibility over the establishment and monitoring of norms and standards for the exercise of the judicial functions. The first sitting of Parliament can be described as a beautiful play of interaction between the three arms of state, because the proceedings highlight and embrace the role of the judiciary in bringing about the legislature, which is then empowered to elect the preferred executive. So you have this beautiful interchange and dependency of these three arms of state, which we are told are separate.
And it is always a good sign when you see all three arms of state in one place, which is the parliament, the judiciary, and the executive. But we are still a few minutes away, a couple of minutes away from the first sitting. You would have seen earlier the chamber that members have started walking in, although there are still a couple of empty seats, but members have started making their way into the National Assembly. We've heard the bell, which was an indication that everyone should be moving towards the National Assembly. And I just assume that there must be a long queue outside there for members to enter the chamber. Hence, those seats still look empty inside.
Of course, there's a long queue, Temikosi. We had 18 parties in the National Assembly this time. We have 6 new parties. So you can imagine the number of members that are trying to make their way into the chamber. And of course, they will be seated for the proceedings to start at 10 a.m. This is, of course, the first sitting of the National Assembly. It is a beautiful and quite a significant moment for South Africans in the 7th administration.
And just to remind our viewers of those 7 new political parties that are coming in for the first time into Parliament this year, and you would advise me, if I'm correct, it will be the MK Party.
That's correct.
That will be the RISE, that will be BUSA, that will be the UAT, the National Coloured Congress, the Patriotic Alliance. Those are just some of the parties.
And Action SA.
Action SA, of course. Those are just some of the parties that are coming to Parliament for the first time. And of course, 3 parties have not made their way back: the African Independent Congress, the National Freedom Party, as well as COPE. You know, so we wait to see. But as you can see there in the National Assembly, the Minister of Electricity taking his seat there, and some of the members just chatting amongst each other. We might not know what those discussions are all about.
We'll never know what those discussions are.
The outcome of those discussions after 10 o'clock. But for now, we wait as we're ticking closer to the time. We are likely to see at any given moment the Sergeant at Arms making his way to the National Assembly.
Temkosi, that is correct. And of course, the order of proceedings, as you highlighted earlier, will be happening here at the City ICC, where Parliament has declared that this is a parliamentary precinct for the first sitting of the National Assembly. Members are there engaging each other while waiting for other members to enter the chamber. Of course, you can expect that the Chief Justice will be presiding over the proceedings. As Temikosi mentioned earlier, that there is an order of proceedings and the Chief Justice will be presiding over those proceedings. After that, it will be for the Speaker, of course, for the election of the Speaker. After that, the Speaker will preside over the election of the Deputy Speaker. Thereafter, Temikosi, tell our viewers what we can expect.
I wonder what could be happening in that conversation between the President of the IFP, Mr. Slavisa, and the leader of the Democratic Alliance, Mr. John Steenhuisen. But you can see quite a number of discussions happening in the National Assembly. We expect that at any moment now the House will begin with its proceedings. Good to see some old faces and some new faces. But for now, we're just going to say goodbye for a short while as we allow the National Assembly to begin with its first sitting. And of course, we will be with you throughout the day, and we will be bringing you more conversations and discussions that will be taking place during the course of the day.
Temkosi, I hope everybody is sitting and we're all watching this.
Yeah, let's hope for the best, but let's see what's happening in the National Assembly.
Perfect.
the Honorable Chief Justice of South Africa. The national anthem will now be sung.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. You may be seated. This meeting has been convened by me as Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa in terms of Section 51, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Republic. The purpose of this meeting is for the Chief Justice to swear in all members of the National Assembly, preside over the election of the Speaker, and the Speaker will preside over the election of the Deputy Speaker, and ultimately for the Chief Justice to preside over the election of the President. I would like to remind you that this meeting is deemed to be in the precinct of Parliament as defined in Section 2 of the Powers, Privileges, and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. Swearing in of the members of the National Assembly is important because in terms of Section 48 of the Constitution, members of the National Assembly must swear or affirm faithfulness to the Republic and obedience to the Constitution before they begin to perform their functions. I take this opportunity to say I consider it an honor that I chair this important meeting. An important meeting because of where we are as a country, having finished 30 years of our constitutional democracy and starting another 30 years. It is an important milestone because as South Africans, we get an opportunity to look back at the road we have traveled and see where we have made mistakes and see where we have done well and make sure that in the fourth decade of our democracy, we will not repeat the mistakes that we made in the first 30 years. I congratulate each and every one of the members who will be sworn in today and want to stress the importance of the position that members of the National Assembly occupy. They make laws for our country and in that way shape the future of our democracy. Therefore, as you take the oath or make the affirmation that you will make today, do recall the huge responsibility that the people of South Africa have placed on your shoulders and the honor that you have been given and privilege to be part of this very important body in our country. Let me also announce that in accordance with the Constitution, Item 9 of Schedule 3, I have made the rules that govern the sitting today. Those were published about a week ago, but yesterday certain amendments were made to those rules, and those amendments have also been published. We will therefore now start with the first item, namely swearing in of members of the National Assembly. Members will be called in groups of up to 10 as arranged by the political parties. Will members, when their names are called out, please step forward to the stage to take their oath or affirmation, as the case may be. Members will, after taking the oath or affirmation, return to their seats sign duplicate certificates at their desks. Members are requested to leave their certificates at their desks when they leave the chamber. After I have countersigned the certificates, members will receive one of the certificates for their records. These certificates will be sent to the members through their party representatives. The returning officer will now call out the names, but I also want to inform the House that the returning officer as well as assistant returning officers have taken their oath or affirmation before me. Returning officer.
Castellina Pamela. Osa Matamela Siri. Tatile Shipokoza Paulus. Dashe Gwede Samson. Upa Marupini. Lamula Ronald Ozzy. Elane Tembisile Pumelele. Tabeni Kumbucho Poppy Silence. Tolashe Nokuzola Gladys. Mahlobo Mbangiseni David.
Share with me as a baby.
I see those who will take the oath if they can raise their hands. Those will take the oath, okay? Or is it everybody here? Okay, all right. Have you seen the oath that you are about to take? Are the mics working?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
You consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please read the oath aloud so that the people of South Africa can hear what you are committing yourself to.
Mna Phemi Mathodina ndiyafunga okokuba ndiza kunyaniseka kwiRepublic yoMzantsi Afrika kwaye ndiza kuthobela ndiwuhlonele ndiwuxhase umgaqo-siseko kwakunye nayo yonke into eminye imithetho yeRepublic. Kananjalo ndiyathembisa ngokunyanisekileyo okokuba ndiza kuyenza imisebenzi yam njengelungu lendlu yowiso-mthetho yesizwe kangangoko ndinako.
Thank you. I'm not happy because I'm not sure that people hear. So can I have another one? Then I can lead them. Well, we'll find another way to make sure that the people know exactly what you have read. I will, when I get a copy, I will read it out so that everybody knows what you have read. I know that some of you have already raised their hands, but I'm just going to say, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God." Thank you very much. You may go back to your seats and leave your certificates on your desk when you leave, because I will sign them later. And do sign your certificates.
Kekana Pinky Sharon, Masondo David, Ubai Mamuluku Traiposa, Maambe Shala Tandi, Utswaledi Pakishe Aaron, Idiza Angela Togozile, Kunu Edward Senzo, Chikunga Lydia Sindisiwe, Odongwana Enoch, Tauli Noneba Bianca,
Have you all seen the oath that you are about to take, or affirmation that you are about to take?
Yes.
You consider the oath or affirmation binding on your conscience?
Yes.
And let me see those who are going to do the oath. Okay, and there are two who are going to do the affirmation. Okay, all right. Please, before you read, I'm going to read for the benefit of the public, because I think they can't hear when you read there what exactly you are reading. The oath that members of the National Assembly take and affirmation reads, "I," and then the name of the member, "swear," or if it's an affirmation, "solemnly affirm that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic. And I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability." And if it's an oath, they say, "So help me God." And if it's an affirmation, they say, "I do." So I thought it's important that the public should know exactly the contents of the oath that will be taken. I've read it only once. I won't be reading it again. It's just to make sure that those who are watching know exactly what the contents of the oath is. Please go ahead and read the oath or affirmation aloud.
my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who did the oath, raise your right hands and say, "So help me God." And those who did the affirmation, you say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you very much. You can return to your seats, sign your certificates, and when you leave the chamber, leave the certificates on your desk.
Hazen John Henry, Wahube Siviwe, Lotrit Anneli, Labuschagne Kathleen, Van der Walt Desiree, Masango Bridget Staff, Nodada Bakolile Babongile, Paula Diane, McClure Joseph Job, George Dion.
Have you all seen the oath that you are about to take or affirmation that you are about to take? Yes. You have no objection to taking the oath and taking the affirmation? No. No? Do you consider the oath or affirmation binding on your conscience? Yes. Read the oath or affirmation aloud. When you are done, those who did the oath, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." And I see there was no affirmation. Thank you.
Malatsi Muba Solomon, Mazoni Natasha Wendy Anita, McPherson Dean William, Marais Eric Johannes, Breitenbach Glenis, Bergman Darren, Sarupin Esho Nick, Hansinger Christian Hans Henrik, Basson Leonard Jones, Whitfield Andrew Grant.
Have you all seen the oath that you are about to take or affirmation that you are about to take? Yes, sir. Do you have any objection to taking the oath or affirmation? No. Consider the oath or affirmation binding on your conscience? Yes. Please read the oath or affirmation aloud.
I, William Solomon Malasa, swear that I will be faithful to the customs of the faith and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all and I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." Those who did the affirmation, raise your right hand and say, "I do."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Maumapilo Supra Omakeng Ramoletsi. Techa Mathieu Angelina. Igaba Knowledge Malusi Kanyezi. Ize Swelini Lawrence. Maswanganyi Kakani Joseph. Shilo Shela Poli. Duly Mtumiseni. Maimela Komoto Joy. Masemula Namade Dixon. Ule Dina Deliwe.
Have you all seen the oath or affirmation that you're about to take? Do you have any objection to taking it? Consider it binding on your conscience? Read the oath or affirmation as the case may be aloud.
Swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic. And I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, raise your right hands and say, so help me God. And those who took the affirmation, say, I do. Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Abada Zelna Saira, Damini Senzo Selby, Kasa Msawenkosi, Tabuhlangene, Kasa Nompumelelo Matilda, Wabaza Nhlahla Bernard, Kanyile Nongwalisa Princess, Kuzwayo Tamsanga Fortune, Madlala Emerald, Kwenzokuhle, Mafangane Mohaeji Carol, Malinga Dafta Sihle. Malema Julius Silo, Bente Kuna Veronica Zovuyo, Shivambu Nico Floyd, Maotwe Ompile Pankoba Confidence, Damini Marshall Mzingisi, Mairola Popi Rasibe, Kalipi Shengiwe Octavia, Mateis Lien, Dozi Mbuiseni Quintin, Noluchungu Nondando, Tabisa Velenkosi Fiki, Utelezi Elfas Mfakazeli, Singh Naren, Ngobo Siposetu Lindinkosi, Tengwa Mkhuleko, Kebekhulu Russell Sikayezwe, Mwango Mangaka Albert, Zondo Sanele Sethembeni, Majozi Zandile, Utelezi Tutuko Yezwe Zuzifa, or Zuzifa, sorry.
Have you all seen the oath or affirmation that you are about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking the oath or affirmation as the case may be?
No.
Consider the oath or affirmation binding on your conscience.
Yes.
Please read the oath or affirmation as the case may be aloud.
I, Dr. Zuzifa Mutilesi, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic. And I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, so help me God. And those who took the affirmation say, I do. Thank you. You may return to your seat. Do remember to sign the certificates when you get to your seats.
Mackenzie Gayton, Souls Ashley, Rocky Felicity Suzanne, Elskat Cleo, Kojane Stacy Lee Gabby, Freeman Evangeline, DeBrain Katrina, Jonas Gavin Franklin, Peterson Jasmine Shannon.
Have you all seen the oath or affirmation, as the case may be, that you are about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking the oath or affirmation, as the case may be?
No.
I don't hear whether you're saying yes, we have an
We have
objection.
no objection.
No objection. No objection.
Okay. Do you consider the oath or affirmation, as the case may be, binding on your conscience?
Yes, we
Yes,
do.
sir.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Please read the oath or affirmation aloud.
I,
I,
Ashley Souls, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic. And I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Those who did the oath, raise your right hands and say, so help me God. Those who did the affirmation, say, I do.
So help me God.
You may return to your seats.
Grunewald, Petrus, Johannes, Mulder, Cornelius, Petrus, Wessels, Wouter, Wynand, Van Staden, Philippus, Adrian, Boshoff, Wynand, Johannes, Denner, Helois,
Have you all seen the oath or affirmation that you are about to take? Have any objection to taking it? No. Consider it binding on your conscience. Please read it aloud.
Ek, Louise Denner, verklaar plegtig trou aan die Republiek van Suid-Afrika en dat ek die grondwet en die ander reg van die Republiek sal gehoorsaam, eerbiedig en onderhou, en ek beloof plegtig om my funksies as lid van die nasionale vergadering na my beste vermoë uit te voer.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." Those who did the affirmation, say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Ungubele Mondli, Utambi Azuyangwisi Faith, Prisi Barbara Dallas, Matale Kazel Charlie, Warnof Giardas Velem, Tapa Rosemary Noguzola, Ramohupa Hoshienzu David, Tauke Bejani Freddy, Meth Nomakosazana, Manamela Hwadiri Buti,
Have you all seen the oath or affirmation that you are about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
Nna Kosienso David Ramokopa, ke kana gore ke tla botagalela Republic ya Afrika Borwa, ke tla obamela ka tlhompha le go šireletša molaotheo le melao ye mengwe ka moka ya Republic. Gape ke tlama gore bjalo ka leloko la ngwako ya bosetšhaba ke tla phethagatša mešomo ya ka ka bokgoni ka moka.
Those who did the oath, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Modimo nthushe.
Affirmation, not raise your hand, say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Beasley Ellen David, James Derilyn Elana, Kobe Malebo Patricia, Itape Teboho Hositsile Solomon, Gobeni Lerato Mikatego, Trolip Roland Athol Price,
Have you all seen the oath or affirmation you're about to take? Yes. Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
I do be faithful to the Republic of South Africa, respect and uphold the Constitution and laws of the Republic. I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the national
to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Those who did the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Khanyani Mulapi Soviet. Danga Trabashe Lungi Anet. Odlimpi Zuko. Pangoni Kusela Lwanjegasi Nobatim. Gotes Alvin. Luza Njabulo Bega. Tabeni Abrams Stella Chembisa. Asina Mzwandile Colin. Muraka Ana Tandi. Alumango Ronalda Shivon.
Have you all seen the oath of affirmation you are about to take? Yes. Do you have any objection to taking it? No. Consider it binding on your conscience? Yes. Please read it aloud.
I, Untitled Chapter, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic. I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, please say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Masilela Sidwell Matholeni, Matutu Mandlenkosi James, Bata Moses Sipho, Mbele Hazel Ndombenhle, Mchunu Guguletu, Menyazo Isaac Halibuwi, Mfiki Francis Bongani, Mkwebi Nomado Grace, Jaju Tembinkosi Siboniso, Ize Ndombenhle.
Lillian Amelia, Alexandra Wendy Robin, Atkinson Patrick George, Okamp Willem Abraham Stefanus, Bagram Michael.
Looks like they cannot hear. Like some cannot hear.
One, two.
Maybe you should just read the names again.
Abrams, Alexandria Lillian Amelia, Alexandra Wendy Robin, Atkinson Patrick George, Okamp Willem Abraham Stefanus, Bagram Michael, Bapti Edwin Victor, Bateman Andrew Gordon, Bath Edwin McRae, Budlani Chifulelo Katlejo, Bowman Nicole Jane.
Have you all seen the oath or affirmation you are about to take?
Yes.
Have any objection to taking it? No. Consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Read it aloud. Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, so help me God. Those who, yes, go ahead, so help me God. So help me God. Those who took the affirmation, say, I do. Thank you, you may return to your seats.
Ketyana Yazini, Damini Mbali, Hambo Vuyani, Ushala Rebecca, Shabela Renilwe, Kaula Sibongile Makoti, Matiase Sem Mtako, Matulelwa Babalwa, Kafeni Nolivuyo, Yako Yoliswa noma Mpondomise. Malema Julius Silo. Mente Nkuna Veronica Zovuyo. Ivambu Nico Floyd. Mautwe Ompile Mankoba Confidence. Damini Marshall Mzingisi. Mailula Poppy Raisibe. Kalipi Tengiwe Octavia. Mateus Lee N. Dozi Mbuiseni Quentin. Noluchungu Nondando.
Dr. Ndlozi, maybe you could join another one. There are already 3 of you in one, on one mic. Maybe. Will you manage?
Can you go there?
God will hear me. Thank you.
Come here.
Have you all seen the oath or affirmation that you're about to take? Yes. Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
You consider it binding on your conscience? Yes. Please read it aloud. Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, raise your right hand and say, I do. Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Tetyana Yazini, Damini Mbali, Pambo Vuyani, Uhlala Rebecca, Mashabela Renilwi, Kaula Sibongile Makoti, Matthias Sem Mtako, Matulelwa Babalwa, Tafeni Nolufuyo, Yako Yoliswa Nomampondomise.
Have you seen the oath of affirmation you're about to take? Have you seen it? Do you have any objection to taking it? Consider it binding on your conscience. Please read it aloud. Those who took the oath, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Kabane Nobuhle Pamela, Lehuete Molefi David, Zikalala Sihle, Zimande Bonginkosi Emmanuel, Malimaja Christopher Nakampe, Nemadzinga Chavalala Judith, Zina Pumzile Sinclair, Adams Rachel Cecilia, Apiri Mohadi Johanna, Bartlett Martha.
Have you all seen the oath of affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience.
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
I, Judith Namadzinga Chabalala, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and to obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic, and I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Ila Inswalo Joyce, Dankulu Nkensani Kate, Benz Ngamashe Zolile, Bani Musa Steve, Dauke Tsehufatso Megan, Tute Irald Alzano, David Sharon Winona, Domo Sibongiseni Maxwell, Kale Masifa Kotlara, Ireko Tikeledi Rosemary.
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you're about to take?
Ewe.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
Hayi.
Consider it binding on your conscience.
Ewe.
Please read it aloud.
Mna Zwelile Benz Ncamahle ndifunga okokuba ndinyaniseka kwiRiphabhlikhi yoMzantsi Afrika kwaye
respect and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic, and I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who did the oath, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." For those who took the affirmation, say, "I do," and to your seats. Thank you.
Kize Siyabonga Percival, Mohotsi Haratu Agnes, Mudli Shun Mugam Ramsemi, Mutaung Hamilton, Mutehwe Citrin Mpo, Mutubatse Mushumi Patrick, Mtetwa Zolake Elijah, Mtweni Nokwetemba Antonio, Muhammad Miriam Bibi, Mwali Sanele Grigore.
Tebe Sillo Leon, Akude Doris Eunice, Belanga Mluleki, Akmo Cameroon Mayor, Punjwa Marianne Lindelo, Prolik Cedric Thomas, Pancho Ngabisa, Na Nomalungelo, Ovana Yanga, Ala Zimasi Mike.
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
Have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience.
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
I, Cameron Douglas, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution, all other law of the Republic, and I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability. So,
those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
so help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do."
Duly Bekizizwe Livad, Van der Merwe Liesel Linda, Buthelezi Sibuyiselwe Angela, Hadebe Nhlanhla Mzungezwa, Thole Kethamabala Petros, Maki Busapi Eleanor, Hlongo Nompumelelo Happiness.
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you're about to take? Yes. Do you have any objection to taking it? No. Consider it binding on your conscience. Please read it aloud.
I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa, will obey and respect the Constitution, all other laws of the Republic, and I solemnly promise to perform my duty as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Took the affirmation, say, "I do," and to your seats.
Hassan Fasiha, Tongo, Altias Tembile, Takilwe Peti Botibele, Kabo Kwalantle David, Kumalo Juliet Queen, Kodwa Nediso, good enough. Bata Andisiwe Nangamso, Letsi Walter Teboho, Itzike Mapaseka Steve Emily, Ikharaba Libuani Ethel,
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience.
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
I, Juliet Queen Kumalo, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic.
I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Low Setukanelo Tsepo David, Lucas Sylvia Elizabeth, Mabi Betha Peace, Matuna Dando, Maeko Selo Meshek, Makakula Togozile Elizabeth, Mahlangu Sipo Samuel, Mahlauli Mikateko Golden, Makasi Nolutando, Mahato Muyahabo Paulina,
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you are about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience. Read it aloud.
Weerplegtig trouw aan de Republiek van Zuid-Afrika en dat ik de grondwet en de andere rechten van de Republiek zal gehoorzamen, eerbiedig en onderhouden. En ik beloof plechtig of mijn functies als lid van de Nationale Vergadering naar de beste van mijn vermogen uit te voeren.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help my God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you. The gentleman who came late will have to join the next group, or he hasn't taken the oath properly. Yeah. The secretary will indicate whether I should join the next group or will come later. Okay, all right.
Ube Pinky Pilgin, Ela Ntamulo, Ubane Joel Sihle, Kani Tabang Theophilus, Nomvalo Sibonelo, Chaba Delisile, Chingila Edward Mzikaise, Ngumalo Nkosinati Innocent, Kweta Augustina Madala, Kadebe Shekilisiho.
Burke Mark John, Amarin Ian, Chance Roger William Tobias, Virgin, Christian Delmain Chelsea, Christy Catherine Alexandra, Clark Michelle Odette, Cuthbert Matthew John, De Block van Schlettinger Andrew Dirk, De Villiers John Nordia.
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you are about to take? Do you have any objection to taking it? Consider it binding on your conscience. Please read it aloud.
As a member of the National Assembly, to the best of my ability.
Thank you. Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God." Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do." And to your seats.
Albrecht Jano, Isak Farad, Gondwe Mimi Martha, Ghost Ronaldo, Graham Marie, Samantha Jane, Hutton Christian, Horn Werner, Ishmael Hasina Banu, Jacobs Liam Chad, Jordan Siska.
That's fine.
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you're about to take? Do you have any objection to taking it? Do you consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
I, Sinava Ismail, solemnly affirm that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect and uphold the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic, and I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God." Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Are Paul Nitter, Kwena Lehonolo Goodwill, Tonyana Konzi went Tokozo Fortunate, Tembekwayo Suzanne Sophie, House Carl Gelhadas, Lishe Sikolise, Manyi Mzwanele, Mohale Tapelo, Lose Mazwi, Ikwambana Mandla.
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you are about to take? Yes. Do you have any objection to taking it? No. Consider it binding on your conscience. Please read it aloud. Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God." Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do." You may return to your seats.
Makubele Lusizo Sharon, Aneli Boyce Makosonke, Ashele Timothy Victor, Matabata Kupu Sandy, Matafa Oscar Masaruna, Ido Inati Miranda, Kunu Tembeka Vuisile Buisile, Weba Teliswa, Haule Mahabu Regina, Mkutu Lufefe.
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you are about to take? Yes. Do you have any objection to taking it? No. Consider it binding on your conscience? Yes. Please read it aloud.
I, Joyce Soldier Malili, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic. And I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Ready, Fisfin Khopal, Kwekana Mabel, Salepe Khonono Daniel, Sangase Lungisani graduate, Kosana David Mandla, Temba Albert Tsepo, Tomsana Mzonke, Van Royan David Douglas Dez, Kaba Tabisile Mildred, Zuma Sambudla Duduzile, Songumakas Sifiso.
Obisa Ngaba Kabelo, Kakao Karabo Lerato, Kanyile Tembisile Angel, Loper Damien Dominic, Prayer Henrik Christian Crawford, Leroux Carl Velom Dupree, Linde Elmari, Lorima James Robert Byrne, Mabena Tamsanga Bekokwake, Madigizela Bunginkosi success.
Have you seen the oath of affirmation you're about to take? Yes. Do you have any objection to taking it? Consider it binding on your conscience. Please read it aloud. Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Duly, Darkus George, Milam Kevin John, Moore Stephen James, Mpeti Liolo, Myberg Nicholas George, Nana Melindy Evant, Peach Waldry Dennis, Poole Conrad James.
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you're about to take? Do you have any objection to taking it? Consider it binding on your conscience. Please read it aloud.
I, Nicholas George Myber, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa, and will obey, respect, and Constitution, all other laws of the Republic. I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you. Please return to your seats.
Potgieter, Leah Ruth, Powell, Emma Louise, Romanjalo Tumelo Robert, Roos, Adrian Christopher, Schikkerling Lisa Marie, Schreiber Leon Amos, Setroli Isaac Sello, Shalembe Malika Lemon, Singh Shara, Sitoli Rasecha Jane.
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
Nna Isaac Sello Sintlolo, ke ikana gore ke tla nna boikanyego mo Rephaboliking ya Aforika Borwa mme ke tla ikobela ka tlotlo le go tshegetsa melaotheo le melao e mengwe yotlhe ya Rephaboliki ya Aforika Borwa mme ke solofetsa ka tlhomamiso go dira ditiro tsa me jaaka botlhale le tlhoko la kwano bosetšhaba.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
A Modimo a nthuse.
Those who took the affirmation say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Meshwe Kenneth Rasilabi Joseph, Pring Wayne Maxim, Swart Stephen Nicholas, Olomisa Bantubonke Harrington, Kwankwa Ngabayomzi Lawrence Saziso, Nontenja Christobel Tandiwe, Zibi Songezo Sipiwo, Ghana Stanford Mahashule, Maimane Musi Aloysius, Webster Nobuntu Lindumusa,
Have you seen the oath of affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it? No. Consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
I, Maxim Bond, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic, and I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do." Thank you very much. You may return to your seat.
Mulutsane Matsulu Lisbeth, Modise Pia Muleboheng, Muela Muhodu Samuel, Mufukeng Masitsejo Lina, Muhai Seiso Joel, Mukwena Julian Iseleti, Mulwelwe Nongeba Agnes, Murolong Itiseng Kenneth, Mosikatsi Sophia, Khaham Zoleli,
Have you seen the oath of affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
I, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and I will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all the other laws of the Republic. And I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Tolo Nombuso Elizabeth, Nyai Shilichi Bethwell, Vana Nonkosi Queenie, Dalane Nanda Anna, Damase Kumelele, Nila May Helen Elizabeth, Nell Andris Carl, Kopane Dombovuyo Silver Rose, Kosi Nomgqibelo Ethel, Nonsele Ncedisi,
This side.
Have you seen the oath of affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
I, Phumelele Ndamase, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic. And I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my abilities.
Thank you. Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do."
I do.
And to your seats.
Zungula vuyo lwethu, Mahau Thandiswa Linen, Hendricks Mohammed Hanif Ibrahim, Ismail Musa Imran, Adams Fadil, Frenchman Sakina, Nyonso Mzwanele, Mahlatsi Lehlohonolo Wonderboy, Dilil Patricia.
Have you seen the oath of affirmation you're about to take? Do you have any objection to taking it? Consider it binding on your conscience. Please read it aloud.
I, Fari, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all the law of the Republic. I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the
kananjalo ndiyathembisa ngokunyanisekileyo okokuba ndizokuyenza imisebenzi yam njengelungu yendlumiso-mthetho yesizwe kangangoko ndinako ngoko ke ndincede Thixo ophila enyameni.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Anaga Lillian, Komane Lancel Masidiga, Kwebane Busisiwe Joyce, Konto Constance Nontlandla, Lekape Molabongeng Sharon, Montwedi Motusi, Yale Betty Kejisaletse, Tito Lorato, Kangwini Elseb Natasha.
Have you seen the oath of affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
You have any objection to taking it? Consider it binding on your conscience? Allowed.
Swear that I will faithfully to the Republic and will obey and respect the Constitution and all other laws of the country, and I solemnly promise to hold my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Njengelilunga lelibandla lavelonke ngakho-ke lokusemandleni ami.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God." Those who took the affirmation say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Smith Christian Frederick Bayers, Smith Ryan, Spitz Eleanor, Rochelle Jacqueline, Van Zyl Anna Maria, Wakelin Kingsley Hope, Vilakazi Sibongiseni Harold, Zondi Spesihle.
Have you seen the oath you are about, or affirmation you are about to take? Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Do you consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
I, Sibongiseni Gerald Vilakazi, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect and uphold the Constitution and the laws of the Republic, and I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Took the affirmation, say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Xola, Tshali Leona Lindiwe, Phahla Mathume Joseph, Hiri Carol Mukhadi, Polwane Makhalake Beneilwe, Plakis Windy Timotheus David, Ramaila Kia Mutseng Stanley, Molobeng Anthea, Sapo Lindelwa, Seyabi Albert Mamuka.
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
Have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
I, Carol Mukhadi, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and respect and uphold the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic.
To the best of my
And I
ability.
solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
To the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Ikoati Siparo Charles, Silamulela Sililo Donald, Sine Masilo Matawa, Shabangu Fisani Lillian, Shivithi, Sakani Goodness, Sibiya Ntutuko Mbongiseni, Siweya, Lani Tembi, Skosana, Kijimani Jim, Sokanyile Thokozile, Sokopo Mzwanele Major.
Have you seen the oath of affirmation you're about to take? Any objection to taking that afresh? Not everybody. Have you seen the oath of affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
Objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Allowed.
I, Siapalo, Charles Mwadi, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic, and I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Took the affirmation, say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Sompa Masiu, Nombiselo Susan, Soju Mahutsu Magdalene, Subrathi Sheikh Imran, Swartz Bernice, Ikana Gotiwe Weziwe, Tong Kerileng Christina, Totetsi Noble Chiamo, Kabanchaba Pindisile Pretty, Hego Sheila Tembalam.
Have you all seen the oath or affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Read it aloud.
I, Bernice Swartz, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic. And I solemnly swear to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, please say, "I do." Are there any members who did not get a chance to be sworn in? Everybody has been sworn in. We will now proceed at D of program that relates
Chief Justice.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much. Wanted to request for a 30-minute break to have a caucus before we start with the process of nominating the Speaker and Deputy Speaker. So we are requesting that we should take a 30 minutes break to have a caucus to consolidate the oppositions.
At this stage, what I propose to do, honorable member, is to read what I need to read, and then once I've finished that, we can then take it from there. So I need to read this first, and then we will look at whether we can have a break or not. The members having been sworn in, we will now proceed to the election of office bearers as envisaged in sections 52(1) and 86(1) of the Constitution. As I indicated earlier on, I have made rules for the conduct of this meeting as contemplated by the Constitution in item 9, schedule 3. Understand that copies of the rules are on your desks. I also, as indicated earlier on, have indicated that I have appointed the following persons to be the returning officers to assist me in the proceedings of these. They are Mr. X. George as returning officer, and the following as assistant returning officers: Mr. M. Paso, Ms. T.V. Lyons, Mr. T.R. Malime, Advocate V.P. Ngaleka, Mr. M.H. Plachis, Advocate J. Manyange, Mr. A.T. Nahe, Mr. P. Handik, Advocate A.A. Ephraim, Mr. F.J. Basson, Ms. R. Tinda, Mr. M. Doti, Ms. N.C. Manjezi, Mr. G. Matakane, Advocate N. Mongo, Mr. K.I. Buso, Ms. C.N. Bengu, and Ms. F. Ismail. As I indicated earlier on, they have all taken the oath of affirmation, as the case may be, for such office before me.
Determination of the first sitting of the National Assembly by the Chief Justice in terms of Section 51(1) of the Constitution. Following upon the declaration of the national and provincial election results by the Independent Electoral Commission on Sunday, 2nd June 2024, I, the undersigned, Raymond Nyamezeli Mlungisi Zondo, Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa, hereby determine in terms of Section 51, subsection 1 of the Constitution that the first sitting of the National Assembly shall be on Friday, 14 June 2024 at 10 a.m. Signed in Johannesburg on this Monday, the 10th of June 2024.
Thank you, Secretary. The meeting will now proceed to the election of a Speaker of this House. Before I call for nominations, I have to remind members that in terms of the Constitution, each nomination must be submitted on the prescribed form and duly seconded. Furthermore, I have to draw the attention of the members, especially to item 4 of Part A of Schedule 3 of the Constitution, in terms of which there may be no debate. There will now be an opportunity for nominations for Speaker of the National Assembly.
Chief Justice.
I will attend to you just now.
But we have asked for a break. It's basic. Can we be given a break to caucus, please?
Was it Honorable Shivambu who had requested an adjournment? Do you want to make your request again?
Can we make a request to have a break for 30 minutes to have a caucus about the process that is about to happen now? We want to consolidate our position, and it's constitutional to make this request. It's within the law. How do you refuse us to talk?
You are asking
you can't
for
suppress the freedom to talk.
You are asking for how long? 15 minutes?
I said 30.
30?
Yes.
And the purpose is?
Caucus, about the process that is about to happen now.
But why would you not have caucused before?
We want to consolidate the position now. Chief Justice, we want to consolidate the position. It's allowed, it's a request, it's allowed to make a request. It's within the Constitution. Please protect our rights.
Well, you know, everybody has known we are going to have this first sitting today for quite some time now.
Can you please allow us our right to go and consolidate a position? It's a request that as members of parliament must be allowed to make. Don't force feed us a different approach. We are asking for a caucus for 30 minutes now. Please.
Well, what I'm going to do, I'm going to allow a comfort break. I'm going to allow a comfort break of 15 minutes, and then we are going to return. Secretary, 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 Secretary. Yeah. The proceedings are then suspended for now.
On the election of the new president, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa,
Thank you so much for tuning in. And if you've just tuned in, of course, we have just gone out of the first National Assembly sitting here at the CTICC in Cape Town. Tim Kosi, we saw that now the members have asked for a 15-minute break, just a break to stretch. I mean, they've been sitting for quite a long time, and I quite understand that. So far, viewers have seen that members have been sworn in. Members in the chamber have been sworn in, and processions have been going well. What do you think we can expect so far?
Well, as the person that requested for break had made it also made it clear that this break is needed for the parties to caucus, of which the Chief Justice looked a bit concerned because he asked a question of why did not the caucus take place before the sitting. But as you have rightfully indicated, we are on a 15-minute break. This is following the swearing in of all the members present in the National Assembly today. So the process now that will be followed, of which I think motivated the request for the comfort break, is the election of the presiding officers, which will start with the election of the Speaker, presided by the Chief Justice. And then once the Speaker has been elected, and then the Speaker will take the seat and then will preside over the election of the Deputy Speaker. And once that process has been done, then we'll have the Chief Justice taking the seat again to preside over the election of the President. So I think that these breaks are needed. It looks like it's going to be a long day, but safe to say we've seen a number of members of Parliament, new and old, young and old, being sworn in as members of the Parliament, taking their oath and also affirming the office on the Constitution.
Now, I'm going to take a moment to inform viewers of the scenes that they saw in the chamber. And so firstly, the members of the public have seen that the ceremony started this morning, right? And the Chief Justice, the Secretary to Parliament and Secretary to the National Assembly, they led the Sergeant of Arms without the mace. The Chief Justice then took the chair to the preside over the sitting and announced the sitting had been called in terms of Section 51(1) of the Constitution, and that in terms of Section 48, members must swear or affirm their faithfulness to the Republic and obedience to the Constitution before they begin to perform their functions as public representatives. Now, those were the scenes that we were seeing when members of the National Assembly were standing in front of the Chief Justice, swearing and making their public affirmation to the public and ensuring and assuring them that these are the promises and we are here to serve.
And as South Africans have seen the members taking their oath of office, being sworn in as members of Parliament, now what we can expect, as I earlier indicated, would be the election of the Speaker of the National Assembly, which I think is very important to indicate that it's the Speaker of the National Assembly and not the Speaker of Parliament, as it is. Some people sometimes make that
That's
mistake.
Correct.
Because Parliament has two houses, which is the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, with the National Assembly led by the Speaker and the National Council of Provinces led by the chairperson, a process that we will see unfold tomorrow. So what will happen now is that the Chief Justice will be calling for the nominations, and then a member can then offer Speaker, and then each nomination is done on the prescribed form, and that form must be signed by 2 members of the National Assembly, and it must be accepted in writing by the nominee. And if it happens that we only have one person being nominated for that position,
Yes.
then the Chief Justice will declare that person as duly elected the Speaker of the National Assembly for the 7th Parliament. However, if there is more than one person elected, it is then that Parliament will go on the secret ballot, will declare a secret ballot vote, and each member will be afforded an opportunity to cast their votes. Now, different from the elections, these are not done by the IEC. This election in the National Assembly is done by the elected, appointed presiding officers, which mostly consists of parliamentary officials. They have been sworn in, so it's not that they can just take any official of parliament and make that person an official for the elections. Those who will be participating have been sworn in. They have been trained on these processes. You know that each time we start a new parliament, we'll have these processes, so these colleagues have been trained on how to run these processes, and we can only wish the best.
And I think it's important for viewers to know that after voting, the Chief Justice will then suspend proceedings, right, to allow for the counting votes. And this is, I must emphasize that this is if there should be nominations for two or more, not even one. Just if there's one nomination for the Speaker, then everything goes as should be. And then should there be two, then the process of a secret ballot will come in, and then everything, as you have said, will go as the procession will follow those steps. Of course, then after that, the proceedings will resume in the House, and the Chief Justice will announce the results in the event of a majority being obtained. He will then accordingly declare the member concerned as having been duly elected as Speaker. So those are some of the scenarios that can happen. So one is if there's only one nominated person, and then secondly, if there is more than one, then the secret ballot process will be implemented.
And once that is concluded, it is then that the Speaker will then take the seat and then will preside over the election of the Deputy Speaker, which will also follow the same process in an event where we have more than one nomination, and then that will be put on the secret ballot vote. But in an event where we only have one person being elected, the Deputy Speaker, and then that person will then be declared as such. But once the process of the Deputy Speaker is concluded, then the House will adjourn, and then the Chief Justice will take back again and preside over the election of the President. But for those who've just joined us and wondering what is happening, you are still watching a live broadcast of Parliament TV. We are on DSTV channel 408, and we are coming to you live from the Cape Town International Convention Center, and we went live this morning. It is the first sitting of the National Assembly, and we expect that the presiding officers of the National Assembly and the President are elected today.
So this is why we are back in studio. You see, there's a little recess there, and members are taking a 15-minute break just to have a stretch. Like we said, it has been a long time. They have been sitting there for quite a while. Processions have been underway since 10 a.m. But in the meantime, let's look at what is the legislature.
In these videos, we explore different aspects of democratic governance and the concept of the separation of powers as one of the key features of democracy. In this video, we look at the legislative branch of government, its responsibility and tasks. Democracies are characterized by the separation of functions and powers between the three branches of government: the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. Each branch checks the power of the other two so that there is a balance of power between them. The legislature is responsible for passing laws and for holding the executive branch of government accountable. The legislative authority in the national sphere of government is vested in Parliament, which is the supreme legislative power in the country. At provincial level, the legislature is represented by the provincial legislatures, and in the local sphere by the municipal councils. In this video, we will focus on the national level and outline what Parliament is and what it does, in line with Chapter 4 of our Constitution. The South African Parliament is situated in Cape Town. It is a place where our elected representatives meet and carry out their work. Our Parliament is bicameral. That means that we have two houses of Parliament, known as the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. The National Assembly is made up of 400 representatives from different political parties, called Members of Parliament, or MPs. South Africans indirectly elect MPs every 5 years by casting votes for the party of their choice. Seats are then allocated to each party based on the number of votes the party received using the proportional representation system. Each party compiles lists of candidates, and MPs are allocated from this list in the order the names are listed. Half of the 400 MPs are selected from national party lists, and the other half from provincial lists. A party needs to obtain about 45,000 votes for every MP representing it in the National Assembly. This system allows for smaller parties and therefore minority interests to be represented in our legislature. Soon after the national election, the Chief Justice, who is the head of the judiciary, swears in the members of the National Assembly. We explain the role and functions of MPs and political parties, as well as different aspects of elections in the Civics Academy election series. The second House of Parliament is the National Council of Provinces. It came into existence in 1997 and is the body that represents provincial interests at the national level of the legislature. The National Council of Provinces has 90 members. Each of the 9 provinces nominates 10 delegates to this council. The delegation usually consists of the Premier, 3 other temporary delegates who can change from time to time, and 6 permanent delegates nominated for the full term of Parliament. The party representation in the delegations must proportionally reflect the party representation in the provincial legislatures. Now that we know what Parliament is, let's talk about what Parliament does. Each house has its own distinct role and functions, as set out in the Constitution. However, there are also many instances when the two houses act together to conduct joint business. To simplify, we are referring to both houses of Parliament here. They have 4 main functions or areas of jurisdiction. These are: 1. The consideration, amendment, and passing of draft laws, called bills. Bills are usually introduced by the executive, but they can also be introduced by MPs and are then discussed in parliamentary committees, which may amend provisions and approve them before both houses of Parliament vote on whether to pass them. Parliament must ensure that all bills conform to the provisions of the Constitution before being passed. Otherwise, a High Court can declare the law or parts of it unconstitutional and invalid. If this is confirmed by the Constitutional Court, the law has no force and effect, as if it was never passed. Parliament may also amend the Constitution with a 2/3 majority of votes. Furthermore, the Constitution requires Parliament to allow members of the public to participate in lawmaking processes through written submissions or by giving testimony before parliamentary committees. 2. The election of the President. At its first sitting after the election, the National Assembly elects the President from among its members. The leader of the political party that wins the majority of the seats in the National Assembly is nominated and elected as President. Once elected President, he or she becomes the head of the executive and stops being a member of Parliament. 3. Oversight of the executive. Parliament approves the budgets of government departments and has the duty to scrutinize and oversee the work of the executive and to hold cabinet ministers accountable. The various committees of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces can call cabinet ministers to appear before them to explain their work and to answer questions about their work. In this way, the committees of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces ensure that the members of cabinet do their job properly. The President and his or her cabinet are also required to answer questions in Parliament and to defend their budget every year before the National Assembly. 4. Parliament provides a national forum for consideration of important issues. To achieve this goal, political parties table motions that must be debated and voted on. The National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces carry out their duties in different ways. Each house meets in its own plenary session to pass legislation and debate issues. In extraordinary circumstances, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces can meet in joint sittings to debate important issues of the day or to listen to important speeches. Beyond these regularly scheduled plenary sessions, the President may at any time summon Parliament for an extraordinary sitting. Parliamentary work is done in a number of different committees, consisting of smaller groups of members. Committees enable members of Parliament to develop expertise and in-depth knowledge of the specific committee's area of responsibility, for example, health, education, or foreign policy. Each house has its own committees. Committees are, in general, proportionally representative of the parties in Parliament and headed by a chairperson. They are required to report regularly on their activities and to make recommendations to their house for debate and decision. There are a number of joint committees of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. For example, the Annual Constitutional Review Committee. Committee meetings are generally open to the public. Summary. The legislature is the representative of the people of South Africa. The 400 plus 90 representatives are given their mandates through regular elections and vote on issues of national importance in Parliament. Parliament is responsible for passing laws and for holding the executive branch of government accountable. The power of Parliament is limited by the Constitution. The judiciary checks the exercise of power by the legislature. Through its work, Parliament is tasked to make sure that the interests of the people of South Africa are represented in all their diversity.
Welcome back to the live broadcast of Parliament TV. And as you can see on your screen, this is what brought us here today, the first sitting of the National Assembly, where members have been sworn in. We are currently on a 15-minute comfort break. As you can see, the discussions there between members interacting with one another. And yeah, we can now expect that when we return, then the Chief Justice will be presiding over the election of the Deputy Speaker. My mistake of the Speaker.
Of course, Teminkosi, one of the benefits of being in a democratic dispensation is the right to freedom of expression and freedom of speech. And yesterday, Parliament TV took the opportunity to ask members of the National Assembly what it means to be a member of Parliament. Let's take a look at this.
I grew up in Johannesburg, Gauteng, but I've been living in Cape Town for the last 10 years. And I'm a new member for the Democratic Alliance, but I've served as John Steenhuisen's Chief of Staff for the past 4.5 years now. I think it's an amazing opportunity to affect change in South Africa. I think that you become an instrument of our democracy. You're elected to represent your constituents and all South Africans who want a better future. And I think it's a very big responsibility to help bring that to light and, enact it for the country. So very great opportunity, a big honor, lots of pressure on my shoulders, but hoping to make South Africa proud.
So my name is Patrick Atkinson, and I'm a member of the Democratic Alliance. And this is actually the second time I'm going to be in Parliament. I was in the 5th Parliament, so I sat here between 2014 and 2019. And then during the last term, I was in the Gauteng legislature. So I'm very pleased to be back for the 7th term of Parliament, which I believe will be an historic time. So I feel very privileged to be here. It means that you are able to get into the arena and really make a difference for the people of South Africa. So what I do believe is that we have the possibility in this Parliament to make everyone's lives better over the next 5 years. And I think being a member of Parliament actually gives you that opportunity to do something about it. Rather than talking, we're doing.
My name is Liam Jacobs, and I'm representing the Democratic Alliance, and I'm a new member. Tell you what, I'm a firm believer in the fact that you have to go out there and change your corner of the world, because the world is too big to change in and of itself. thanks to Parliament, my corner of the world just happens to be the Republic of South Africa. So being a member of Parliament means being able to make change in this particular corner of the world and truly realize a fantastic South Africa, an optimistic South Africa, and a prosperous South Africa for all South Africans.
Us on Parliament TV, if you can hear on my background, the bell is ringing, which has an indication that members will be starting making their way back into the National Assembly. We've heard the views from the members that you just saw now on your screen. And with the last member indicating that the world is too big to change itself. So clearly the world will not change itself, but the people that live in the world will change itself. So we're hopefully going to be seeing change, especially looking at our main critical issues, which is unemployment, inequality, and poverty.
Now, of course, Teminkosi, now we're looking at the members interacting with each other. They were on a 15-minute comfort break. And if you've just joined us today, just throughout this morning, it has been quite eventful. All members have been sworn in. Members in the chamber, of course, have been sworn in. And now we have the process of electing the speaker, electing the deputy speaker, and, of course, the president that lies ahead throughout this day.
And before we go back to the National Assembly, let's hear more views from the South Africans.
I'm a member of the African National Congress. I'm a returning member of Parliament. Being a member of Parliament comes with lots of responsibility because the electorate, who are the South African citizens, have bestowed on us the responsibility to take care of their lives, whereby in this Parliament we discuss issues of national interest. Young people have spoken during election time that they need jobs. We have to deliver jobs. They need better education facilities. They walk long distances in some universities where there are no student accommodation. We have to deliver. There is the issue of land. It's a matter that has to be addressed. And many other issues, NHI, poverty, inequality. These are some of the key issues that as a member of Parliament, I have to make sure that they are delivered in this term of office.
Of course, welcome back. Of course, we are back in the chamber. And as you can see, members are still interacting with one another. Members were on a 15-minute comfort break after being sworn in. All members in the chamber have been sworn in, and so far we have a few other steps in the processions that still need to take place. We took an opportunity to speak to members yesterday, and members have been talking about making the lives of South Africans better. Of course, this is a reflection of the choice of South Africans, the decision of South Africans when they hit the polls and cast their votes on the 29th of May, 2024.
And these are the results of casting those votes. As you are looking in your screen, members in the acting, we see members from various political parties. On your screen is Ms. Pemi Majordina. We know that during the 6th Parliament, she was the chief whip of the majority party in the National Assembly. Earlier, you would have seen President Cyril Ramaphosa, and you would have seen some senior leaders from other political parties, Nkululeko Hlengwa, and you would have seen quite a number of new members. And there on your screen is Mr. Tony Leon. He is the former member of Parliament for the Democratic Alliance. He is there, and it's Ms. Dolashe on your screen, the current president of the African National Congress Women's League. But the proceedings are about to start. Thank you so much. Enjoy the next session as we go back to the House.
The Honorable Chief Justice of South Africa.
We are going to start. I'm going to read the last portion of what I read earlier on, just to refresh everybody's mind what I said about the nominations. Before I call for nominations, I have to remind members that in terms of the Constitution, each nomination must be submitted on the prescribed form and duly seconded. Furthermore, I have to draw the attention of members, especially to item 4 of Part A of Schedule 3 of the Constitution, in terms of which there may be no debate. There will now be an opportunity for nominations for Speaker of the National Assembly. Are there any nominations? Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Justice. My name is from the ANC. I hereby nominate for the candidate of a Speaker, Honorable Thokozile Angela Didiza. I here submit.
Is there a seconder? There is a seconder there. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. My name is Supra Obakeng Ramueletsi Mahumapil. I stand to second the nomination of the Honorable Angela Thokozile Didiza as the Speaker of the 7th Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. Thank you very much.
It's a requirement that the acceptance will be in writing, but I do nevertheless want to ask whether the nominee will accept the nomination.
Chief Justice, my name is Angela Thokozile Didiza. I hereby accept the nomination as the Speaker of the National Assembly.
Thank you very much. Are there other nominations? Okay, thank you. We'll wait for the nomination form. Yeah.
Chief Justice.
Yes.
I have a nomination for the position of Speaker for the 7th Parliament.
Oh, please hold on. I will give you a chance just now. We're just waiting for the nomination form. Ms. Thokozile Angela Titiza, I have now been finished with the nomination form. May I confirm that the signature below your name on this form is your signature?
Chief Justice, I wish to confirm that the signature on the nomination form is mine.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there other nominations?
Yes, there is.
Yes.
My name is Vuyolwethu Zongola Udosini. I am nominating Untombo Vuyo Veronica Mente for the position of Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any seconder? I don't see any hand. Okay. Yes, I recognize the hand. Please,
Chief Justice, I support the nomination.
Okay. What is the name of the seconder? Yeah. Mention your full names.
Bantu bonke Holomisa.
Bantu bonke Holomisa.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I can't see from here. Okay.
Second,
thank you. The nominee, do you accept the nomination?
Chief Justice, igama lam nguNtombo Vuyo Veronica Mente, ndiyayamkela nomination yokuba nguSpeaker. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. We'll now wait for the form. the form for the nomination of Ms. Veronica Monte has been handed up to me, but the person reflected as the second proposer or seconder is not the one who seconded, namely General Bantu Holomisa. Can I ask that the form, that error be corrected and the form be brought back? Thank you. In the meantime, if there are other nominations, I invite them. The form will be corrected and then returned, or a new one sent up to me. Are there other nominations? I don't see any indication. Okay. It looks like there are no further nominations. I therefore, are they bringing a new one? Yeah, okay. We are just waiting for this form to be finalized. I just want to remind members that the nomination form reflects that the first proposer and the second proposer should put in not just their names, but also their signatures. So apparently the latest form did not have the signatures. So if members can remember that. There are two members of the National Assembly who have been nominated, and their nominations are valid. They are Ms. Thokozile Angela Didiza and Ms. Ntombovuyo Veronica Mentenkuna. Since more than one candidate has been nominated, a secret ballot will take place in terms of Item 6 of Part A of Schedule 3 of the Constitution. I therefore now suspend the proceedings to allow the returning officer to prepare ballot papers. We shall resume the proceedings when the bells are rung. You may take lunch during the break. The proceedings are suspended.
Welcome back, and you are still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. For those who just joined us, we are broadcasting the first sitting of the National Assembly for the 7th Parliament. And the House is just adjourned, Tsepo, and we have 2 nominations that were made. Do you want to take us through those?
I think it's quite exceptional that it looks like we anticipated that this was going to happen. So the viewers should know that the House has been suspended. The House has been suspended, and so this is because there are 2 nominations for the Speaker of the House. The nominations, they're also taking lunch at the same time, and so this was going to be quite a break, and this is where the Chief Justice has enabled the secret ballot, where members will take the opportunity to vote for their preferred Speaker of the National Assembly. Now, nominations for the Speaker of the National Assembly were underway, and the first nominated person was Honourable Thokozile Didiza. She was nominated by Ms. Pemi Majodina, and that was seconded by Mr. Supra Mahumapilo. Of course, Honourable Didiza serves as the Minister of Agriculture, and she has been a Member of Parliament since 1994. And of course, as a result, she has served in various portfolio committees.
And at the time she joined Parliament in 1994, she was a representative of the African National Congress Youth League. So you can see how the years have gone by.
Yes.
So far, we are 30 years in our democracy. She has been part of this 30 years of democracy. And our second nomination has been made by Mr. Vuyo Zungula of the African Transformation Movement, wherein he nominated Ms. Veronica Mente, the current national chairperson of the Economic Freedom Fighters. Safe to say that we have 2 nominations, both women, and also just to mention that that nomination of Ms. Mente was supported by, seconded by the retired General Mandubonge Holomisa. So as we have indicated, the House has been suspended. This is to allow the voting process, which I think will take us through, to unfold, and also as a means of a lunch break for the members. We know that it's been a very hectic morning since 10 o'clock.
And of course, viewers should be aware, and this is something that we went through earlier, that if more than 1 nomination is received, the Chief Justice announces that a secret ballot will take place in the House in terms of Item 6 of Part A of Schedule 3 to the Constitution, and suspends proceedings to allow for the preparations for voting process. And this is exactly what we have witnessed happening in the House, and this is why the House proceedings have been suspended. Furthermore, at the resumption of proceedings, the Chief Justice will then announce the procedure to be followed, and members will be called in groups to cast their ballots, and the Chief Justice, assisted by the returning officers that you mentioned earlier on, who were sworn in yesterday, that they will help him or her as he conducts the elections.
And our viewers can brace themselves for a number of suspensions today, because immediately after that, the Chief Justice will then suspend the proceedings to allow for the counting of the votes. And when those proceedings resumes in the House, he will then make the announcement of the results, and in the event of the majority, he will then declare the member concerned as having duly elected as the Speaker. And then the Chief Justice will proceed to congratulate the newly elected Speaker and call upon the Sergeant of Arms to conduct the Speaker to the chair. But as we explained, that we need to also ensure that our viewers are aware of what is the role of the National Assembly. As such, we'll have to look at the following clip.
Building our great South African nation together.
The Parliament of the Republic of South Africa consists of 2 houses, the National Assembly as well as the National Council of Provinces. These 2 houses exist to uphold the nation's hard-earned democracy. The National Assembly is elected to represent the people and to ensure governance by the people under the Constitution. This is done by overseeing the executive, passing laws, providing a national forum for public debate on important issues, and choosing the country's president from its members.
And I accordingly declare the Honorable Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa duly elected President of the Republic of South Africa.
The NA consists of 400 members of parliament who are elected through a system called proportional representation. The NA has various office bearers responsible for various functions, the most important being the presiding officers. At the beginning of each administration, one of the NA's very first responsibilities is to elect the presiding officers of the House, this being the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. They are entrusted to run the affairs of the NA. They oversee meetings and make sure that members of Parliament speak freely but adhere to the rules of the House. In addition, each political party in the NA elects a chief whip to run its affairs. As mentioned, Parliament passes laws. This is done by referring bills to committees for processing and debating those bills. The House can approve, reject, or refer bills back to committees for further discussion. The National Assembly also has a constitutional mandate to carry out oversight on the executive. Oversight is carried out by scrutinizing, monitoring, and overseeing the actions of the government or any other organ of state in respect to the implementation of the laws, the application of the budget, and observance of the Constitution. The National Assembly keeps the executive accountable by approving budgets, asking parliamentary questions, having parliamentary debates about the important issues, and by proposing and voting on motions relating to the work of government. All these efforts to make your future work better.
Welcome back to Parliament TV, live at the City ICC for the first National Assembly sitting this year. And for this is for the 7th Parliament, just to mention, and of course proceedings have been suspended. While this is happening, of course, the National Assembly first sitting, there is a media briefing for the NCOP sitting that will be sitting tomorrow. This media briefing happened yesterday, and this was just to let the public know about the readiness of Parliament with regards to members coming in. Of course, we do have members of the National Assembly here, and as that is happening, members from their different provinces are arriving, trickling into Cape Town and having to register and everything else that has to go with regards to the processions of tomorrow. But before we go there, let's find out a little bit about Youth Month, which we will be celebrating Youth Day on Sunday, 16 June.
In the month of June, Parliament joins the nation in commemorating Youth Month, a time to recognize the contributions and aspirations of the youth in our society, a time to reflect on the struggles faced by young people in the past and to celebrate their achievements in shaping the future. Youth Month holds great significance in South Africa as it marks the anniversary of the student uprising in 1976, when young people took to the streets to protest against the oppressive apartheid education system. Their courage and sacrifice have paved the way for a more inclusive and equitable society. Parliament acknowledges the importance of investing in the youth, as they are the future leaders, innovators, and changemakers. It is committed to creating an enabling environment for young people to thrive, providing access to quality education, skills development, and economic opportunities. Through various initiatives and legislation, Parliament aims to address the challenges faced by the youth, such as unemployment, inequality, and limited access to resources. It recognizes the need for inclusive policies that empower young people and ensure their active participation in decision-making processes. As we commemorate Youth Month, let us reaffirm our commitment to supporting the youth and working towards a society where every young person can reach their full potential. Together, let us build a brighter future for the youth of South Africa. Parliament, empowering the youth for a better tomorrow.
On the election of the new president, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa,
So you can. These are the visuals live from Parliament TV. This is the CTICC, where the first sitting of the National Assembly has resumed after the lunch break and the suspension of proceedings.
And as you can see on your screen, the ballot, the voting booths are on the stage, which means that members will soon be casting their votes secretly for the position of the Speaker. You can see the members on your screen. There you see the likes of Mr. Malusi Gigaba, Mr. Supra Humapelo, and you can see the electoral officers ready on the stage to begin with the process of voting for the Speaker of the National Assembly.
And it's important to also highlight that the reason we are seeing these visuals is because we have more than one nomination that has been received by the Chief Justice for the Speaker of the National Assembly. And of course, this is why we are here, and members are about to cast their secret ballot for their preferred candidate.
And it's also the reason why there has been this suspension of the proceedings. It was to allow for the members to get ready to cast those votes. You can see the ballots have been brought in, the ballot boxes, so we're waiting at any moment now the commencement of the election of the Speaker. It's important that just to explain again that as you had seen earlier with the nominations of 2 members, then the National Assembly had to suspend its proceedings, and this was to allow for the printing of ballot papers. Safe to say that the reason why we cannot have ballot papers ready for printing because Parliament and the National Assembly does not have a predetermined objectives, so they could only put the names on the ballot after they had been nominated. Hence, we had that suspension of the House, about an hour of the suspension to allow for the printing of those ballots with the 2 names, that of Ms. Toko Didiza and that of Ms. Veronica Mende, who have been both nominated and accepted the nominations of the Speaker of the National Assembly.
Of course, members are engaging one another, just waiting for proceedings to start. Also, we have to note that after the voting, the Chief Justice will suspend proceedings again to allow for counting of votes. Thereafter, when proceedings resume in the House, the Chief Justice will announce the results, and in the event of the majority being obtained, he will accordingly declare the member concerned as having been duly elected as the Speaker.
And as we sit and wait for that process to commence, we'll now take you to the House that the Chief Justice has just announced the resumption of proceedings.
Assistant Returning Officers now show that the ballot boxes are empty and close them.
It must look down.
Thank you. The voting booths are there, and when you go and make your mark, please don't take pictures or selfies. The procedure will be as follows. Members will be called in alphabetical order according to their surnames. When their names are called, members must collect a ballot paper from the voting table. As previously mentioned, members of the National Assembly have already taken the oath or affirmation of faithfulness to the Republic and obedience to the Constitution, so it won't be necessary to do that now. After collecting a ballot paper, each member must proceed to one of the ballot booths and make a clear cross in the box alongside the name of the nominated member of his or her choice. After making the mark on the ballot paper, and while still in the booth, members should fold their paper in a way that the official mark can be seen by the Assistant Returning Officer at the ballot box. After the Assistant Returning Officer has noted the mark on the ballot paper, members should deposit it in the ballot box and return to their seats. The returning officer will now call upon members to vote.
Before that, Chief Justice, a point of before.
Hello?
Honorable Chief Justice.
Yes.
My name is
Which rule is that?
Bendizama ujonga into yoba ingaba i-party agents xa kuzawuvotwa nje azifuneki na.
No party agents. Please proceed, returning officer. Returning officer.
Abrahams, ALA, Adams, F, Adams, RC, Alexander W.R., Apiri M.J., Atkinson P.G., Ocamp W.A.S., Bahrain M., Bapti E.V.
That quick, oh, it's only two. But only once. I'm saying, is it that quick now? I remember I only vote once. One position. Not many. I'm used to voting for top 7 or. Yeah. You vote once. And one person. That will count.
Bartlett M., Passon L.J., Bateman A.G., Bath E.M., Beasley A.D., Bergman D., Bila T.J., Bilankulu N.K., Blosse M.B., Bodlani T.K.
Was nice. It's only one year ago I was contested. Remember, they put two ballot there. You see more cold.
Ballman N.J., Boshielo S.P., Boshoff W.J., Botius A., Bradenbach G., Bioke M.J., Benz Ngamashe Z., Butelezi E.M., Butelezi N.Z., Butelezi S.A.
Cameroon I, Kapa RN, Kebekulu RN, Tabane MS, Trans RWT, Chauke BF, Chauke T, JTM, Chikunga LS, Christians DC. Chrissy BD, Cuthbert MJ, David SW, De Bloch van Scheltinger, De Brain, AD, that's the initial, De Brain K, De Lil P, De Villiers JN. Denier H, Dlomo SM, Diale BK, Didiza AT, Dikhale MC, Direko DR, Ditebe SL, Dlakude DE, Dlamini MM, Dlamini M.
Dlelanga M, Dagmo CM, Dunjwa ML, Engelbrecht J, Isaac F, Freeman E, Frenchman S, Frolic CT, Ghana SM.
Gancho N, Delishe S, Gwabaza NB, George DT, Gigaba KMN, Gina N, Godlimbi Z, Godongwana E.
Gondwe, MM, Gous R, Govana Y, Graham Mare SJ, Groenewald PJ, Gungubele M, Gwahube S, Hadebe NM, Ala MM, Hassan F. Hatting C, Hendricks MGE, Shabisa VF, Shengwa M, Shongo AS, Shonyana KNF, Olomisa PH, Horn W, Hansinga CHH, Ishmael H.
Jacobs LC, James DE, Jonas GF, Jordan C, Kihakilwe BM, Kekana PS, Habo GD, Hobisa Ngaba K, Kakao KL.
Kanyile TA, Kaula MS, Kojane SG, Kumalo JO, Klopper DD, Kobe MP, Kola D. Okay. Kumalo JQ. Komane LM, Skornov GW, Kruger HCC, Kubai MT, Kumbacha AN, Kwangwa NLS, Labuschagne C, Lamula RO, Leroux KWD, Lihuete MD.
So die eerste is my daarvoor, dan is dit die chief whip. Ag, ons het besluit die man, maar sy was nie dan is die chief whip, dan is ek leader of executive.
Likhanyane MS, Litlape MS, Litlape TKS, Litsie WT, Litsike MSE, Likaraba LE, Linde E, Lorima JRB, Lotriet A, Low STD.
Lucas S.E., Lutuli B.N., Mabe B.P., Mabena T.P., Machi B.E., Macpherson D.W., Madigizela B.S., Maduna N., Maeko S.M.
Magagula, T.E. Mahambehlala, T. Mahlangu, S.S. Mahlatsi, L.W. Mahlaule, M.G. Mahlobo, M.D. Mahumapelo, S.O.R. Maimola, P.R. Maimane, M.A.
Maimela KJ, Majodina PCP, Majosi Z, Makasi N, Mahato MP, Makubela LS, Malatsi MS, Malema JS, Malemaja CN.
Managa L. Manamela KB. Maneli BM. Mandashe GS. Mani M. Mawodre OMC. Mare EJ. Mare P. Mahau TL. Masango BS.
Maseko LM, Masemula ND, Mashabela NR, Mashatile SP, Mashele TV, Masina MC, Masondo D, Maswanganyi MJ, Matabata CS.
Matafa OM, Matale CC, Matulelwa B, Mattheis L, Matiase NS, Matsone NWA, Mbio IM.
Mackenzie G, Maklua JJ, Mkunu ES, Mkunu TVB, Duly MM, Mente Nkuna NV, Meshwe KRJ, Meth N.
Mgcina, PS, Mgweba, T, Mahawule, MR, Mhlawuli, NB, Mhlongo, NH, Mikalakis, G, Mileham, KJ.
Mkhalepi HO, Mkize ZL, Mkonto CN, Mkwebane BJ, Mkutu L, Mulutsani ML, Mngwango MA, Mganga Kabashe LA. Modise Mpya M, Moela MS, Mufokeng ML, Mohale TP, Morai SJ, Mushala MR, Mukwena JL, Mukwena LG, Mulweli NA.
Muntwedi MK, Moore SJ, Muraka AT, Murulong IK, Mosikatsi S, Mutsecha MA, Mutwale DPA, MPTL, Mkhacha M, Mtolo NE, Malda CP, Munyai TB, Mutambi AF. Mfana NQ, Maybeck NG, Nalumango RS, Ndabeni Abrahams ST, Ndalane NA, Ndamase P, Ndlozi MQ. Nila May HE, Nel AC, Nemadzinga Chabalala, J, Ngobo SL, Ngobeni LM, Ntlantla ME, Nana ME, Nihouse CJ, Ngabane NP. Nkopane NS, Nkosi NE, Nodada BB, Noluchungu NJ, Nontenja City, Nonsele M, Ngola X, Ntlangwini EN, Chalinchali LL, Chabeni KPS, Ntuli M, Nyonso M, Nzimande BE, Nzuza NB, Pambo V, Peach WD.
Peterson JS, Pasha MJ, Piri CM, Polwane MB, Blakis WTD, Pool CJ, Potgieter LR, Powell EL, Pule DD.
Honorable members, if you could reduce the noise so that those whose names are called will be able to hear when their names are called. Please reduce the noise. Thank you.
Ramaila KS, Ramaphosa MC, Ramokhupa ML, Ramokhupa KD, Ramolubeng A, Ramungalo TR, Ruos AC, Roque FS.
Sangoni, KLN, Sapo, L, Sarupen, AN, Sols, A, Shikering, L, Schreiber, LA, Siabi, AM, Sitlolo, IS, Sikowati, SC.
They are all red.
Silamulela SD, Senne Shabangu FL, Shelembe ML, Shikwambana M, Shibambu NF, Shibiti TG, Sibia NM.
Simelane TP, Singh N, Singh S, Sitole KP, Sitole RJ, Siweya RT, Skosana GJ, Smith CFB, Smith R.
Sokanyile T, Sokopo MM, Somba Masiu NS, Soju MM, Spies ERJ, Steenhuisen JH, Subrati SI, Swart SN, Swarts B, Tafeni N.
Chechana Y, Tembekwayo SS, Thring WM, Tikana Gotiwe W, Tito LF, Thong KC, Tolashe NG, Trolip RAP.
Tsotetsi, NT, Van der Merwe, LL, Van der Walt, D, Van Standen, PA, Van Zyl, AM, Vilakazi, SG, Wakelin, KH, Webster, NL, Vessels, WW.
Whitfield AG, Velskart C, Kabantaba PP, Kheko ST, Yako YN, Zibi SS, Zikalala S, Zondi S, Zondo SS, Zungula V.
Honorable members, are there any members of the House who have been sworn in who have not been called to vote? No. Okay, we are done then. The assistant returning officers will now close and seal the boxes, the ballot boxes.
Chief Justice,
Yes.
can we be explained to the process now? Where are you going with these ballots?
I'm sorry?
Because it would seem to me a free and fair election with nothing to hide if you count there where we are seeing all of us. But maybe in the intelligence of the Chief Justice, there is something else. We wanted to hear what is the procedure? Why are you closing and all of that?
Well, I'll tell you the procedure now. The proceedings are suspended now to enable the returning officer to count the votes and to report to me. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes before resumption of proceedings.
Chief Justice?
Chief Justice?
Can these cameras that are showing us here
Chief
when we
Justice?
speak, go
Yes.
also show the vote counting? I'm speaking, sorry. Sorry, Chief Justice.
I'm sorry, 1 second. I'll give you attention just now.
Okay.
Secretary. Let me read this before I give you attention. Your question might fall away. The counting of votes goes according to the following rules. As soon as the voting has been completed, the presiding officer must suspend the proceedings, and the returning officer and the assistant returning officers must remove the ballot box and all papers to a room where the counting is to take place. That's 7.1. 7.2, the ballot box must be opened by the returning officer in the presence of the presiding officer, and the counting of the votes must then be proceeded with. 3, no person other than the presiding officer, the returning officer, and the assistant returning officers may be present in the room while the votes are being counted. 4, after the votes have been counted, the returning officer must report to the presiding officer, informing him or her of the result of the counting of the votes. 5, on receipt of the report, the presiding officer must return to the place of the meeting, which is here, and announce the results of the election. 6A, the returning officer must retain the nomination papers, the used ballot papers, and the counterfoils thereof in a sealed packet for a period of at least 1 year. B, the sealed packet may not be opened except by an order of court.
Chief Justice.
Why would you clap hands for...
Chief Justice.
Yes, I can. Yeah. Yes. Honorable Member.
We want to state the simple and obvious fact that Rule 7.3 can't be constitutional can't be consistent with the democratic culture of observing the counting of votes. You can't have a rule that says that when the counting happens, the presiding officer must be alone without any observation. It doesn't happen anywhere under a democratic process. So this rule is undemocratic. You can't go and count the votes in secret somewhere, in a room without us observing what is happening with the votes. So when we had a secret ballot on President Zuma and majority of, or some members of the ANC, including President Ramaphosa, voted against Zuma in a secret ballot, we counted in the middle of the National Assembly chamber, in front of everyone, and observing that particular process. So please delete that thing of number 3, and then we open the ballot there, and then we count the votes in front of everyone. That is how we must proceed. Please.
This rule has been here for many years. This is a rule that was here in 2019. It is a rule that was here in 2014, on my understanding. This is a rule that had been, one of the rules that had been made by the previous Chief Justice, which has been taken over, which has simply been taken over by me. So the rules as they stand are those rules that applied in 2019 and I believe before, and the only change I made was in the annexures. So the rules are the same, but I cannot decide to delete the rule as it is. It is in here. If it's unconstitutional, it would have to be set aside by a competent court.
No. Chief Justice?
Chief Justice?
Yes?
May I have your attention the side from the ANC?
Yes.
I think he's recognizing me, Ebra Buti.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to see who is speaking.
It's Ndlozi.
Oh, yes, okay.
Yes, thanks, Chief Justice. Chief Justice, these rules are not the rules of Parliament, number 1. And number 2, you cannot say, because apartheid made a law and I inherited it, even if it is undemocratic, I have nothing to do. That can't be a responsible response. As the head of the judiciary, we are appealing that surely you agree it is undemocratic to say the counting cannot be observed. What are we teaching the country now? What are we telling the South Africans who are watching these proceedings? What are we telling the international community? That the head of our judiciary says a counting is going to be done in secret. We are appealing to you. Set this rule aside. Nobody will do anything. It's your rule. It's not us. It doesn't have to be subjected to anything. It is undemocratic. It's inconsistent with the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. And no one is going to lose anything. These cameras that are showing me now must zoom in as the counting is happening. The last thing I want to say, in 2019, there was an outright winner. In 2019, there was no contestation. But we have been here when there was a contestation and voting happened in secret, but counting was observed by everyone. And it happened on the floor of the National Assembly. Musi Maimani was contesting, Honorable Musi Maimani was contesting Honorable Gedley Hlegisa Jikijela Mkhonto Zuma. And we counted here. But I'm appealing to you, Deputy, Chief Justice. It's undemocratic to say a counting cannot be observed.
Honorable Chief Justice.
I'm going to allow a limited time of discussion on this in terms of Rule 8.3 of the rules governing this sitting, which is part of the amendments that were made yesterday. It allows me to allow very limited discussion. I've heard Mr. Ndlozi, and basically his concern is that the counting should happen here. Is that correct? Is that correct? Yeah. And he says that in the past it has happened. Let me hear a few more views.
Honorable Chief Justice.
Let me start this side.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. Just a couple of things. I think it would be improper for us to essentially want to amend rules which were approved by the Chief Justice on the 27th of May. Additionally, these rules were circulated to members of Parliament, and therefore, if members of Parliament had problems with particular rules here, that those should have been raised before. We cannot now be sitting here and asking to amend rules on the fly. It would essentially delegitimize the fact that we've got approved by rules that are governing the section. In addition to that, these rules are not just rules that have been created by the Chief Justice. They emanate from the Constitution under Section 9 of Schedule 3 of the Constitution. So I think it would be improper for us to now belatedly say we want to change rules on the floor of the House.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Chief Justice, some of us, you can't see
Honorable
us, we are
Chief
behind
Justice.
the voting booth.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Justice. I would like to suggest that instead of having the counting taking place here at the plenary, let's rather agree as a sitting that we designate party whips to observe the counting wherever it will be taking place, rather than having it taking place at the plenary of the city. I am of the view that that approach would not necessarily cause the amendments of the rules, but it addresses the concern arising from what has been referred to as a past experience, where the counting was observed at the plenary of the National Assembly. That's what we want to propose. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Chief Justice.
1 sec, I'll be with you just now. I'm
Julius
advised
Malema here,
that
Chief Justice.
I'll come to the one who wishes to have my attention. I'm advised that because it's a new parliament, there wouldn't be any whips. You would have to have representatives. So maybe your proposal would need to be amended to say, instead of whips, representatives of parties.
Yes, Chief Justice, I would support that. We have
okay.
each party represented. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Chief Justice Julius Malema.
Yes, Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. I never thought I would sit in a meeting where we argue with the head of the judiciary about internationally acceptable methods of running a democratic elections. The observation, for you to observe the elections, is a democratic practice which is internationally acceptable. And we cannot have a debate about that. And no one, Chief Justice, stands to lose anything out of observation of elections unless someone seeks to do something that is undemocratic. But if it is in line with democratic principles, it is internationally acceptable that a free and fair elections will, amongst other things, include that there were observers who observed the proceedings of the elections. So I fully support what Honorable Duly suggests, that if you want to go and then enjoy Cape Town while people are counting, Let's get people to go and represent us. But in the past, and all members who are returning members here know it, in the past we used to count in the middle of the plenary. It's not something strange. And Floyd was an observer in one of those countings that happened here. And Honorable Musi was a candidate of such a contestation. Those people, both of them are here, who were there before. So we support that motion, and anything else that is not democratic that is being suggested by the DA is not supported, is strongly opposed, because it even comes from wrong people.
Chief Justice
okay, honorable members,
from the UDM.
Honorable members, I know that there are members who still want to say something. Among the rules that were introduced into the rules by way of amendment yesterday, there is Rule 8.3. Rule 8, and I'll start reading from 8.1. It reads, this rule shall apply to any procedural matters not provided for in these rules which are relevant to the business of the day. 2, a question of procedure may be raised with the presiding officer's leave by a member, or in the event of an election under these rules in the National Council of Provinces or head of a provincial delegation on behalf of a delegation, and seconded by another member or by a head of another delegation on behalf of such other delegation as the case may be. 3, if he or she considers it necessary or desirable in a particular case, the presiding officer may permit a discussion of the question and may limit participation in and the duration of the discussion in such manner as he thinks fit. A question of procedure posed by a member and seconded by another member in terms of this rule must address a procedural matter in relation to the proceedings to which these rules apply. And the provisions, the amendments, ultimately give the presiding officer, which is me in this case, to deal with the matter as I see fit, which I read to be a qualification of the other rules. Therefore, unless there is an opposition to the suggestion made by the member here, I'm inclined to accept the proposal that there would be representatives of various parties present when the counting happens. So I'm inclined to agree, one representative per party to observe during the counting in the counting room. It looks like everybody accepts that. Thank you. That is the ruling.
We've started now. Superior logic will always prevail.
Thank you. Well, we've disposed of that issue, so therefore now I had already said I'm suspending the proceedings, so the proceedings are suspended so that the returning officers can go and count. And representatives, one representative per party may attend and observe. Please, those representatives who will go to the counting room, please don't take any photos. Or if you can...
Chief Justice.
Don't go in there with cell phones. Don't go in there with cell phones. Okay.
Chief Justice.
Yes.
It's Singh from the IFP.
Yes.
No, we agree with the ruling and the principle of observing. Can we designate those members here as the returning officers were designated before we proceed to the room? So that we'll have an idea of who's representing which party. Thank you.
Or you mean each party can then say who their representative will be? Is that what you submit? Mr. Singh?
Yes, IFP will be represented by myself. Thank
Okay.
you, Chief Justice.
Can each party just announce who? Can each party announce who their representative will be, just so that only the representatives will be allowed in the room? The space is not big.
Chief Justice, the ANC.
Yes.
Thank you very much. The ANC will be represented by Honorable Pemi Majotina.
Secretary, you will be taking the names. Thank you very much.
Chief Justice.
Yes.
The United Democratic Movement will be represented by Ngabayom Zekwankwa.
Thank you. UDM.
Chief
SDA.
Justice.
Thank you.
The African Transformation Movement will be represented by the President of ATM, Vuyo Zungula. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chief Justice.
Please raise hands.
Yes, I thought we were going to go by descending size of parties, but nonetheless,
It's too late.
Yes.
but nonetheless, the Democratic Alliance will be represented by Honorable Sarupin. Thanks.
Chief Justice.
What is the name? Oh, you've got it, yeah.
Sorry, do you want
Thank
Chief
you.
Justice?
If you raise your hand, you enable me to see.
Yeah, the Economic Freedom Fighters will be represented by Commissar Natasha Ntlangweni.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Chief
Member.
Justice.
Yes.
The Patriotic Alliance will be represented by Jasmine Peterson, Honorable Jasmine Peterson.
Thank you. You got the name?
Chief Justice.
Yeah. Yes.
The ACDP will be represented by Honorable Steve Swart.
Thank you very much.
Chief Justice.
Yes.
Build One South Africa will be represented by Nobuntu Hlazo Webster.
Thank you very much. You got the name?
Chief Justice, Action SA will be represented by Lerato Ngobeni.
Thank you very much. Are we done with all the parties?
Chief Justice.
Yes.
The National Colored Congress will be represented by Sakina Frenchman.
Thank you very much.
Chief Justice, the Freedom Front Plus will be represented by myself, Dr. Mulder. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chief Justice.
Chief Justice.
Chief Justice.
Yeah, can I see a hand up so it makes things easier?
UAT
Yes.
will be represented by Wanda Mahlatsi.
Okay.
Chief Justice.
Yes, go ahead.
Rise Mzansi will be represented by Makashule Ghana.
Thank you very much. Have all parties disclosed the identity of their representatives? It looks like they have. Thank you very much. The proceedings are then suspended.
On the election of the new president, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa,
In the month of June, Parliament joins the nation in commemorating Youth Month, a time to recognize the contributions and aspirations of the youth in our society, a time to reflect on the struggles faced by young people in the past and to celebrate their achievements in shaping the future. Youth Month holds great significance in South Africa as it marks the anniversary of the student uprising in 1976, when young people took to the streets to protest against the oppressive apartheid education system. Their courage and sacrifice have paved the way for a more inclusive and equitable society. Parliament acknowledges the importance of investing in the youth, as they are the future leaders, innovators, and change makers. It is committed to creating an enabling environment for young people to thrive, providing access to quality education, skills development, and economic opportunities. Through various initiatives and legislation, Parliament aims to address the challenges faced by the youth, such as unemployment, inequality, and limited access to resources. It recognizes the need for inclusive policies that empower young people and ensure their active participation in decision-making processes. As we commemorate Youth Month, let us reaffirm our commitment to supporting the youth and working towards a society where every young person can reach their full potential. Together, let us build a brighter future for the youth of South Africa. Parliament, empowering the youth for a better tomorrow.
This is Parliament TV, and thank you for staying tuned on this historic day, the inaugural sitting of the 7th Parliament. If you are just joining us, the proceedings are well on the way since the start of the sitting at 10 a.m. today. The members of the National Assembly have been sworn in, and now the votes are in for the election of the Speaker of the National Assembly. There were 2 nominations for the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Togo Didiza of the ANC and Ms. Veronica Mente of the EFF. And as the House, just before the House was suspended to allow the counting of the vote, we had the members in the House raising an issue where they requested that there be observers from each political party on the counting of the election. And we also had the Chief Justice making it very clear that no cell phones in the counting room.
I think this is quite the same as what we had during the national elections, right? And I think it's also important that we highlight the fact that when the election started, Chief Justice Raymond Zondo requested that the returning officers ensure that the ballot boxes were empty. And I'm sure this was to ensure the integrity of the elections. And now with these party observers, it's also to enforce the integrity of counting of these votes. Looks like the National Assembly will have another women speaker, and this would be the 5th woman in this position. The role of the Speaker cannot be understated. The Speaker of the National Assembly is elected to and removed from office in terms of Section 52 of the Constitution. In terms of this section, the House must elect the Speaker from its members during the first House sitting. The House may remove the Speaker by resolution. The House must fill the position when it becomes vacant during the term, and the Chief Justice must preside over the election of the Speaker. The Speaker is the leader of the National Assembly, and their role goes further than presiding over sittings.
Yes, that's true, Tsepo, and the Speaker's mandate is twofold. It is constitutional and institutional, and this mandate is furthermore dual at the National Assembly and parliamentary level. In both situations, it involves interacting with the following sectors of the global community: international, continental, regional, and national.
Yes, Tim Nkosi. The constitutional mandate of the Speaker is provided for in Section 91D of the Constitution, that says that in the event of the unavailability of the President, the Speaker of the National Assembly must act as the President until the National Assembly designates one of its members. Section 90 generally provides for the appointment of the acting President, but the subsection D, is the only one that goes on to say until the National Assembly designates one of its other members. The section can be interpreted to mean that the Speaker is the only one who must act when the post of the President is vacant. Further, the use of the phrase "its other members" means that the person occupying the position of Speaker cannot be designated as the President. It therefore makes sense that the Constitution dictates that this person, as somebody who has no interest in this position, and therefore the objective, must act as President.
And of Constable, we can expect that this vote counting probably going to be take up anything between 40 to 45 minutes. And the role of the Speaker then is immensely important. The Speaker is the leader of the National Assembly. And the National Assembly has authority to legislate on behalf of the state, including amending the Constitution, entering into bilateral agreements, treaties, and signing international human rights instruments. And as the leader of the House, the Speaker has to ensure that these processes are in accordance with the Constitution. And the Speaker has to ensure that the members of the public participate in legislation making. She must also ensure that the House oversees and monitors the performance of the executive arm for effective implementation of legislation already passed by the House.
And institutionally, the Speaker, as the leader of the House, is responsible for providing political leadership and strategic direction to the House, exercising impartiality at all times in pursuance of these duties. So the impartiality of the Speaker is one of the prime values of the integrity of the South African Parliament, and it is measured in terms of that. The Speaker therefore has the responsibility of being the custodian of this integrity, preserving parliamentary integrity, the decorum of the members of the House, consequently serving as the executive authority of the House, ensuring the smooth running of the House business and its committees, ensuring the development and management of the House program, impartially presiding over House meetings and maintaining order, and chairs the Strategic Parliamentary Committee.
Of course, there's also the joint role the Speaker will have with the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, jointly presiding over joint sittings. The Speaker and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces jointly preside over, provide political leadership, and ensure the development of the annual Joint Parliamentary Program framework for the following structures: the Joint Programming Committee, the Joint Rules Committee, the Executive Committee, the Presiding Officers Forum, the Budget Committee, and the forum of the legislative sector called the Speakers Forum. Now, this forum is a national structure which is made up of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson and the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, and the Speakers and Deputies from all provincial legislatures.
And now mentioning the NCOP team, because I think it's important to mention that members are making their way from their different respective provinces to Cape Town, because the NCOP first sitting is scheduled for tomorrow, the 15th of June. Furthermore, as the leader of the National Assembly, the Speaker presides over the meetings and provides leadership on Program Committee, Rules Committee of the National Assembly. The Speaker represents the Assembly in matters before courts. She or he is cited as the respondent in matters brought against the National Assembly and initiates action against persons on mandate from the Assembly. The Speaker of the National Assembly is responsible for the provision of quality support services to the House. The administrative element of this responsibility has been delegated to the Secretary of Parliament as the accounting officer in terms of the Parliamentary Services Act, the National Assembly rules, and the new governance model. The Speaker has delegated authority to oversee the function of parliamentary services to the House Chairperson. They must ensure that in developing and implementing of applicable policies, the parliamentary services is always in compliance with the laws governing administration, including the Parliamentary Services Act, Labour Law Framework, laws governing public use of finances and parliamentary policies. The Speaker is also responsible for the transformation of the parliamentary service.
And when it comes to the international sphere, Parliament is expected to participate in global issues. And the Speaker represents the institution during the signing of international treaties, conventions, and declarations that must locate South Africa within its strategic place within the global village. She or he also hosts international delegations to the South African Parliament. She or he represents Parliament in the multilateral and bilateral relations. As a necessary consequence, the current Speaker is a member of the following bodies: the Pan-African Parliament, known as PAP, International Board for Information and Communication Technology, the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum, the Inter-Parliamentary Union, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. These are just some of where the Speaker has to represent the National Assembly.
A huge role indeed. This is a hugely important role also, and would have been a point of contestation during the negotiations between parties after the elections. Well, you are still watching Parliament TV, the first sitting of the National Assembly live from the CTICC. The House has been suspended for the count of the votes, which is being done by the table staff and the Chief Justice, and of course with the party observers. Remembering that 2 women have been nominated for Speaker of the National Assembly, namely Ms. Toko Didiza of the ANC and Ms. Veronica Mende of the EFF. With that, please stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I'm from the Democratic Alliance. I'm a returning member. I was part of the 6th Parliament, and now we're part of the 7th Parliament. Well, look, being a member of Parliament, it essentially means that it's a selfless service. You are there to ensure that the aspirations of the people out there are realized in Parliament, but also to make sure that you can represent the best interests of the people and make sure that everything and anything that they would want to achieve, that they can reach their full potential, enabled by good legislation. As legislators, that we can promote and propose good legislation that will serve as a catalyst for people to reach their full potential.
Hello, I am Andisiwe Kumbaka, and I am from the African National Congress. I'm a new member into the 7th administration of Parliament. Being a member of Parliament is not about me, but it's about what I can do and represent for the people of South Africa. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to represent not only young people but South Africans across on key policy issues and advocating for those policy issues to ensure that they find expression in our government and that they are implemented and that the value of those policies is felt across South Africa. So I'm very privileged and I'm very grateful for this opportunity, but yet again, it's not about me, but it's about what I am here to do for the people of South Africa. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to Parliament TV, live at the CTICC, where it has been declared a parliamentary precinct for the first sitting of the National Assembly.
Yes, Tebo, we are at the CTICC and you have just joined us. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Parliament of RSA, on Twitter, on X, formerly Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram, and all other social media platforms that are there. We are live, we are at the CTICC, we are bringing you the first sitting of the National Assembly, and Parliament has been suspended just to allow the counting of the votes. We've seen earlier the members voting for one of the 2 ladies that had been nominated for the position of the Speaker.
As you can see, those are some of the visuals from the chamber, and they are counting all these the nominated persons for the Speaker of the National Assembly. And of course, we heard that there will be party representatives in this, party observers rather, in this counting to ensure that the integrity of counting is upheld.
And it's so good, Seppo, when you see such young people representing us in the National Parliament. You know, she's a member of the National Assembly, one of the 2 houses of Parliament. She shared what she would like to bring into the play, because there are so many issues that affect young people nowadays. So when you see young people like the one we just saw earlier, we become hopeful that issues that affect the youth will be raised strongly in the National Assembly.
And throughout the day, we've been playing you clips that we had these little interviews with members yesterday where we asked them what it means to be a member to them. Let's take a look at this.
I grew up in Johannesburg, Gauteng, but I've been living in Cape Town for the last 10 years. And I'm a new member for the Democratic Alliance, but I've served as John Steenhuisen's Chief of Staff for the past 4.5 years now. I think it's an amazing opportunity to affect change in South Africa. I think that you become an instrument of our democracy. You're elected to represent your constituents and all South Africans who want a better future. And I think it's a very big responsibility to help bring that to light and, enact it for the country. So Very great opportunity, a big honor, lots of pressure on my shoulders, but hoping to make South Africa proud.
So my name is Patrick Atkinson, and I'm a member of the Democratic Alliance. And this is actually the second time I'm going to be in Parliament. I was in the 5th Parliament, so I sat here between 2014 and 2019. And then during the last term, I was in the Gauteng legislature. So I'm very pleased to be back for the 7th term of Parliament, which I believe will be an historic time. So I feel very privileged to be here. It means that you are able to get into the arena and really make a difference for the people of South Africa. So what I do believe is that we have the possibility in this Parliament to make everyone's lives better over the next 5 years. And I think being a member of Parliament actually gives you that opportunity to do something about it. Rather than talking, we're doing.
My name is Liam Jacobs, and I'm representing the Democratic Alliance, and I'm a new member. Tell you what, I'm a firm believer in the fact that you have to go out there and change your corner of the world, because the world is too big to change in and of itself. Thanks to Parliament, my corner of the world just happens to be the Republic of South Africa. So being a member of Parliament means being able to make change in this particular corner of the world and truly realize a fantastic South Africa, an optimistic South Africa, and a prosperous South Africa for all South Africans.
A fantastic and optimistic South Africa is what Mr. Jacobs is wishing for, and I am sure those are the wishes of all South Africans across. And we are still waiting. The vote counting is still happening, hence the House has been suspended. And as soon as that counting is done, we will be taking you back to the House as the Chief Justice will then be making an announcement on who will be the Speaker of the 7th administration.
Of course, members of the public will be interested in knowing that most of the new members and old, all of them have this new vision for South Africa in the next 5 years. Of course, everybody is talking about making a change, everybody is talking about eradicating poverty, and everybody is talking about ensuring that issues such as unemployment are dealt with.
Yeah, sizawuhlala Tshepo sibabonile abantu abatsha abaninzi kwaye siyathemba ukuthi lukhona utshintsho oluzaza kuba izimvo zabantu abatsha zizawutsho zivakale. Siyayazi uba abantu abatsha are confronted with challenges of unemployment. There's a high rate of unemployment among young people. We know that they are affected by issues of poverty, affected by so many issues. So siyathemba ukuthi njengoba sibona abantu abatsha coming to the space. Bonile nakwi-6th Parliament we had quite a few, but njengoba sibona njengoba ingathi inani liye lisanda. Ngoko ke ndiqinisekile loo nto leyo iyalizisa ithemba ebantwini abatsha kuba bayabona ukuthi bamelwe phaya kulaa ndlu yowiso-mthetho.
That is absolutely correct. Ka Sesotho re re batho ba batjha ba re emetse and ba dutse dinthong dibakeng tse leng hore di bohlokwa haholo to ensure that there is change and there is innovative ideas in South Africa.
And we always make sure as Parliament TV that we afford South Africans to also participate in these discussions, as such we can now listen to some of the messages from our members of Parliament.
My name is Joe Maswanganyi. I'm a member of the African National Congress. I'm a returning member of Parliament. Being a member of Parliament comes with lots of responsibility because the electorate, who are the South African citizens, have bestowed on us the responsibility to take care of their lives, whereby in this Parliament we discuss issues of national interest. Young people have spoken during election time that they need jobs. We have to deliver jobs. They need better education facilities. They walk long distances in some universities where there are no student accommodation. We have to deliver. There is the issue of land. It's a matter that has to be addressed. And many other issues, NHI, poverty, inequality. These are some of the key issues that as a member of Parliament, I have to make sure that they are delivered in this term of office.
Igama lam ndinguBabalwa Mathulelwa, ndisuka phaya kwilali yasePholile phantsi koChief uLuphindo eMahlubini eMatatiyela, Eastern Cape. Ndibuya okwesibini ke kule Parliament bendingene ngo-2020 ndiyabuya ke ngoku okwesibini. Ndisuka kwiqembu le-EFF Economic Freedom Fighters ndirepresenta abavoti phansi kwebhena ye-EFF. Silapha ke as a member of parliament silwela into yoba mawubuye umhlaba ukuze sikwazi ukukhiqiza ke bendijongene ke nala committee ye-small business eyona passion nayo ke into ebendisebenza ngayo ukuba imember yeparlamente ke kuthetha into yoba xa ulapha uzolwela amalungelo wabantu nokwenzeka kwezinto ezazingenzekanga kwabo bantu ababe previously disadvantaged. So silapha ke ukuzomeka sure ukuthi umhlaba uyabuyela ebantwini kwaye nezomnotho abantu bayakhululeka kuzo kuba yeyona ke ingxaki esenze saba siseparlamente si-EFF kuba abantu bakwazi ukukhululeka ngokwezomnotho. Ilizwe alikwazi ukuma nge-SARS, awukwazi uma ngo-10%, ufuneke uze ube uyakwazi ukuthi unakekele abantu besizwe sakho kube khona into iprodusayo. So elilizwe ke elingenayo neplot yetamatisi awukwazi ke uba ungacreate amathuba omsebenzi. So sidinga ke uba umhlaba mawubuye sikwazi ukukhiqiza kubekho ii-factories amafama. Sithi mazibe khona ke ii-markets ezikwaziyo ukuthi ziqophisane nabo Pick n Pay nazo zonke ii-sectors. Even i-petrol station karhulumente iyadingeka because sifuna ukuthi abantu bakwazi ufumana imisebenzi 1, 2 sikwazi usebenzisa from i-profit yemali esiyigeneratayo sisizwe ngaphandle ko-SARS ngoba u-SARS uthathwa kanye ngonyaka mali.
And those are some of the visuals in the chamber, and we are still waiting on the completion of the count of votes for the election of the Speaker of the National Assembly.
Yes, Tsepo, as you can see there on the screen, that there's not much members in there. I think members have also used this time to take a comfort break as we sit and wait for the completion of the counting of the votes. So you can see there in the House, there's there's quite a number of voting booths, and that is where members would have cast their secret ballots. But we've been talking about, we've given the names of the 2 women that have been nominated for the position of the Speaker, but we haven't said much about them. Now, I think it's maybe we'll be doing justice if we talk more about these 2 women. Ms. Toko Didiza is currently serving as a Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development in the 6th administration. She has recently been elected as the chairperson of the African Union Ministerial Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment. She has a vast ministerial career. From 1994 to 1999, she served as the first woman Deputy Minister of Agriculture during the late Nelson Mandela's tenure. From 1999 to 2004, she was appointed as the Minister of Agriculture and Land Affairs. And from 2004 to 2006, she continued in the same portfolio as the Minister of Agriculture and Land Affairs. And it was during this time of office that Ms. Didiza convened the National Land Summit in 2005, which involved a wide range of stakeholders to reflect on South Africa's land reform policies. In 2006 to 2008, Mr. Didiza was appointed as the Minister of Public Works. Other career positions and activities include Ms. Didiza was re-elected as a Member of Parliament in the 5th administration and appointed as the House Chairperson, Internal Arrangements. In 2016, she was elected as the Chairperson of the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians Africa region. And politically, she has served as a member of the National Executive Committee and the National Working Committee of the African National Congress from 1997 to 2007 and was re-elected in 2012 up to date. So she's a seasoned politician by all accounts.
And the other candidate vying for Speaker of the National Assembly is Ms. Veronica Mente. She is the National Chairperson of the EFF since 2019 and has been a member of the National Assembly since 2014. Ms. Mente started nurturing her political ambition as far back when she was in school. She was an active member of campus politics. Ms. Mente began her professional career as a bodyguard to the then mayor of Cape Town. She was a barefoot lawyer in the township of Khayelitsha and assisted workers who had their rights abused in different ways in the workplace. Ms. Mente was one of the 15 volunteers who worked with the Advisory Office Labour Community Advice Media and Education Centre in Khayelitsha. With her knowledge, which she acquired informally through her self-learning, she was always able to help workers in her hometown, Khayelitsha. She went on to do a volunteer service for the LMEC, Labour Community Advice Media and Education Centre in Khayelitsha. In 2013, when the EFF was founded, she was part of the first people to join the party. During her term as a Member of Parliament in the 5th and 6th Parliament, Ms. Mente was a member of the following committees: the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, the Standing Committee on the Auditor General.
Well, those are the nominees for the position of the Speaker of the National Assembly. We are waiting with bated breath to hear who the first elected presiding officer of the 7th Parliament will be. Stay tuned to Parliament TV as we build up to this sitting of the National Assembly. And for now, let's look at what is a legislature.
Welcome to the Civics Academy Governance Series. In these videos, we explore different aspects of democratic governance and the concept of the separation of powers as one of the key features of democracy. In this video, we look at the legislative branch of government, its responsibility and tasks. Democracies are characterized by the separation of functions and powers between the three branches of government: the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. Each branch checks the power of the other two so that there is a balance of power between them. The legislature is responsible for passing laws and for holding the executive branch of government accountable. The legislative authority in the national sphere of government is vested in Parliament, which is the supreme legislative power in the country. At provincial level, the legislature is represented by the provincial legislatures, and in the local sphere, by the municipal councils. In this video, we will focus on the national level and outline what Parliament is and what it does, in line with Chapter 4 of our Constitution. The South African Parliament is situated in Cape Town. It is a place where our elected representatives meet and carry out their work. Our Parliament is bicameral. That means that we have two houses of Parliament, known as the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. The National Assembly is made up of 400 representatives from different political parties, called Members of Parliament, or MPs. South Africans indirectly elect MPs every 5 years by casting votes for the party of their choice. Seats are then allocated to each party based on the number of votes the party received, using the proportional representation system. Each party compiles lists of candidates, and MPs are allocated from this list in the order the names are listed. Half of the 400 MPs are selected from national party lists, and the other half from provincial lists. A party needs to obtain about 45,000 votes for every MP representing it in the National Assembly. This system allows for smaller parties and therefore minority interests to be represented in our legislature. Soon after the national election, the Chief Justice, who is the head of the judiciary, swears in the members of the National Assembly. We explain the role and functions of MPs and political parties, as well as different aspects of elections in the Civics Academy election series. The second House of Parliament is the National Council of Provinces. It came into existence in 1997 and is the body that represents provincial interests at the national level of the legislature. The National Council of Provinces has 90 members. Each of the 9 provinces nominates 10 delegates to this council. The delegation usually consists of the Premier, 3 other temporary delegates who can change from time to time, and 6 permanent delegates nominated for the full term of Parliament. The party representation in the delegations must proportionally reflect the party representation in the provincial legislatures. Now that we know what Parliament is, let's talk about what Parliament does. Each house has its own distinct role and functions, as set out in the Constitution. However, There are also many instances when the two houses act together to conduct joint business. To simplify, we are referring to both houses of Parliament here. They have four main functions or areas of jurisdiction. These are: 1. The consideration, amendment and passing of draft laws, called bills. Bills are usually introduced by the executive, but they can also be introduced by MPs and are then discussed in parliamentary committees, which may amend provisions and approve them before both houses of Parliament vote on whether to pass them. Parliament must ensure that all bills conform to the provisions of the Constitution before being passed. Otherwise, a High Court can declare the law or parts of it unconstitutional and invalid. If this is confirmed by the Constitutional Court, the law has no force and effect, as if it was never passed. Parliament may also amend the Constitution with a 2/3 majority of votes. Furthermore, the Constitution requires Parliament to allow members of the public to participate in lawmaking processes through written submissions or by giving testimony before parliamentary committees. 2. The election of the President. At its first sitting after the election, the National Assembly elects the President from among its members. The leader of the political party that wins the majority of the seats in the National Assembly is nominated and elected as President. Once elected President, he or she becomes the head of the executive and stops being a member of Parliament. 3. Oversight of the executive. Parliament approves the budgets of government departments and has the duty to scrutinize and oversee the work of the executive and to hold cabinet ministers accountable. The various committees of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces can call cabinet ministers to appear before them to explain their work and to answer questions about their work. In this way, the committees of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces ensure that the members of cabinet do their job properly. The President and his or her cabinet are also required to answer questions in Parliament and to defend their budget every year before the National Assembly. 4. Parliament provides a national forum for consideration of important issues. To achieve this goal, political parties table motions that must be debated and voted on. The National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces carry out their duties in different ways. Each house meets in its own plenary session to pass legislation and debate issues. In extraordinary circumstances, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces can meet in joint sittings to debate important issues of the day or to listen to important speeches. Beyond these regularly scheduled plenary sessions, the President may at any time summon Parliament for an extraordinary sitting. Parliamentary work is done in a number of different committees, consisting of smaller groups of members. Committees enable members of Parliament to develop expertise and in-depth knowledge of the specific committee's area of responsibility, for example, health, education, or foreign policy. Each house has its own committees. Committees are, in general, proportionally representative of the parties in Parliament and headed by a chairperson. They are required to report regularly on their activities and to make recommendations to their house for debate and decision. There are a number of joint committees of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. For example, the Annual Constitutional Review Committee. Committee meetings are generally open to the public. Summary. The legislature is the representative of the people of South Africa. The 400 plus 90 representatives are given their mandates through regular elections and vote on issues of national importance in Parliament. Parliament is responsible for passing laws and for holding the executive branch of government accountable. The power of Parliament is limited by the Constitution. The judiciary checks the exercise of power by the legislature. Through its work, Parliament is tasked to make sure that the interests of the people of South Africa are represented in all their diversity.
And welcome back to Parliament TV live at the CTICC, where this premises has been declared as the Parliamentary precinct. Now, of course, the counting of votes is underway, and as you can see your visuals right there are party representatives or party observers who are overlooking the counting process.
And everyone is waiting for the results, and we hope that that process will be concluded soon. And as soon as that process is concluded, then the presiding, the people that are helping with the counting of the votes, the returning ones and the new ones, will then go to the presiding officer and provide a report of the counting, and it is at that instance then the presiding officer with the Chief Justice will then read the outcome of the election. And from there on we can expect then to see the same process, but now with the election of the Deputy Speaker.
I think viewers should also bear in mind that tomorrow the NCOP will also have its first sitting, and that is scheduled for the 15th of June. Of course, we heard from this STP, which is the Secretary to Parliament, Mr. Kolile Jog, from his media briefing yesterday, where he spoke about the readiness of Parliament for the NCOP members. Of course, members are coming from their respective provinces, making their way to Parliament, and they will go through the necessary parliamentary registration process.
I think it's also important just to inform our viewers at home that unlike the National Assembly, the National Council of Provinces has 90 members, which consists of 10 members from each province. You have 6 permanent delegates and you have 4 special delegates, which are often led by the Premier of the province or the person that the Premier has delegated to lead. So we expect that tomorrow members would have arrived in Cape Town. A number of provincial legislatures were sitting today, and we expect that they would have concluded their processes so that to allow those members that they will be sending to Parliament to travel. Of course, those from the Western Cape don't need to travel as they are already here, but I'm also told that quite a number of members have started making their way to Cape Town, and tomorrow will then facilitate the appointment of the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, as well as the deputy chairperson and the chief whip of the National Council of Provinces.
Of course, you are still live on Parliament TV. Let's look at the role of the National Assembly and its functions.
Building our great South African nation together.
The Parliament of the Republic of South Africa consists of 2 houses, the National Assembly as well as the National Council of Provinces. These 2 houses exist to uphold the nation's hard-earned democracy. The National Assembly is elected to represent the people and to ensure governance by the people under the Constitution. This is done by overseeing the executive, passing laws, providing a national forum for public debate on important issues, and choosing the country's president from its members.
And I accordingly declare the Honorable Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa duly elected President of the Republic of South Africa.
The NA consists of 400 members of parliament who are elected through a system called proportional representation. The NA has various office bearers responsible for various functions, the most important being the presiding officers. At the beginning of each administration, one of the NA's very first responsibilities is to elect the presiding officers of the House, this being the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. They are entrusted to run the affairs of the NA. They oversee meetings and make sure that members of Parliament speak freely but adhere to the rules of the House. In addition, each political party in the NA elects a chief whip to run its affairs. As mentioned, Parliament passes laws. This is done by referring bills to committees for processing and debating those bills. The House can approve, reject, or refer bills back to committees for further discussion. The National Assembly also has a constitutional mandate to carry out oversight on the executive. Oversight is carried out by scrutinizing, monitoring, and overseeing the actions of the government or any other organ of state in respect to the implementation of the laws, the application of the budget, and observance of the Constitution. The National Assembly keeps the executive accountable by approving budgets, asking parliamentary questions, having parliamentary debates about the important issues, and by proposing and voting on motions relating to the work of government. All these efforts to make your future work better.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of the first sitting of the National Assembly. And we are still waiting as the votes are being counted for the position of the Speaker. We have two nominations from the floor, Ms. Toko Didiza and Ms. Veronica Mente. Whilst we are waiting, the Parliament TV visited the National Election Results Center, and we spoke to a few stakeholders who took part in the preparation and the election process. Let's have a look. The CSIR, in collaboration with the SABC, are once again part of the South African elections, using its prediction models for the South African national and provincial elections, a model that the CSIR introduced since the 1999 general elections. And standing with me now is Dr. Jeffrey Baloyi of the CSIR. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for taking this interview.
No, thank you for welcoming me.
Dr. Baloyi, if you could briefly share with us what is the role of the CSIR in an election?
Okay, the role of the CSIR, and as you said, we collaborate with the SABC, is to utilize our expertise as a scientists and engineers to come up with a prediction model that can help assist the country and especially society at large to really track how well the elections are unfolding as the IEC is busy giving out the results as they come through from the different voting districts.
And what are these models that the CSIR is using to arrive at its predictions?
We have developed mathematical and statistical models that we look at the data that we collected from previous elections. And from there, we develop the algorithms and into a software package that we can use to predict what results to expect once we reach a particular level of voting district declarations.
So this is not the first election, obviously. Now, based on the previous elections, have these predictions really given you the outcome that you would like to see?
Yes, I don't want to brag, but absolutely. Since we started doing our predictions since 1999, we've always been accurate in our predictions, and we started cooperating with the SABC since 2004, and we also feel comfortable and confident that even in these elections, we're going to be accurate in our predictions.
And when does CSIR start with its work? When does CSIR ordinarily start preparing for an upcoming election?
Actually, we start as soon as we collect the results from these elections. For example, for the next elections, we have to update our models with the new data. So we start as soon as possible. So when the next elections come, for example, the municipal elections, when they do come, we are ready for it.
Mr. Baloyi, thank you very much for talking to us.
You're welcome.
Well, that was Dr. Jeffrey Baloyi of the CSIR talking to us about CSIR prediction models in an election. Since the late 90s, the IEC has partnered with the Human Sciences Research Council to undertake a program on electoral research. Joining me now is Dr. Stephen Gordon, a senior research specialist for developmental, capable and ethical state at the Human Sciences Research Council. Good afternoon and thank you for talking to us.
And thank you for talking about such an important, relevant issue in our fast-changing democracy here in South Africa.
If you could just briefly give us an overview of the work of the Council.
So the Human Science Research Council has been conducting an election satisfaction survey since 1999, tracking satisfaction with the quality of elections. We must remember that elections are only considered free and fair if the voters themselves share this perspective. So we've been asking voters, do you think the election was free and fair? How can we improve the election experience? What can the Election Commission do to make sure your vote is safe, secret, and secure?
Now, if you've just shared some of the intentions for conducting this research, but if you can just briefly take us through some of the methodologies that you use when conducting the election research.
So we have data scientists. They select 300 voting stations and send field workers to those voting stations. They conduct an exit poll. So as people exit the voting station after having voted, they're interviewed and asked a number of questions, usually takes about 15 minutes. These voting stations are selected according to their demographics, geographic position, and their socioeconomic makeup. We follow the best international standards in terms of weighting and analyzing this data, and indeed credit must go to the Election Commission for investing in one of the longest, most robust election satisfaction surveys, not just in Africa, but in the world.